To the Honourable Member for Tall Pines. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to take the opportunity to correct a number that I gave yesterday in the interest of ensuring that factual information is on the record. I quoted yesterday in my exuberance a number of new business licenses that had been issued. I had quoted 3,777. The number is actually 3,277, and 177 in Grand Bahama. So and some of the Grand Bahama ones may be also licensed in Nassau. And so while the total is 3,454, let's say 3,400 new licenses. So I just wanted to make sure I get that number right, because I know that it was reported in the newspaper also, and I just wanted to make sure for clarity. So the number of new licenses issued in Nassau is 3,277, and that includes licenses issued in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, Eleuthera, Exuma, and Andros, and 3,277. And the Grand Bahama Port Authority reports that they issued 177 licenses. So those are the accurate numbers. I just wanted to put that on the record in the interest of transparency and being correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right before we break for lunch, Mr. Speaker, I was actually I was speaking to the fact that that the Free National Movement was directing the country in the right, is moving us in the right direction from a financial perspective, Speaker, and obviously from a social and other important perspectives in our country. Speaker, I also mentioned the fact that the good member for Exuma had mentioned in his speech, that the member for East Grand Bahama should have presented the budget standards that he argued should have been at the IMF standard. I think during that debate he was saying it was innovative. It really said nothing in terms of where the direction the country is going. And I said, Mr. Speaker, that and I stand here to repeat it, that under the PLP, the Progressive Liberal Party, in their last term, there were 4 reported downgrades. 4 downgrades, Speaker. And I also, after making that announcement, or reiterating that, because that was being preached throughout the Bahamas for the last several years, even when the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador himself was the Deputy Speaker of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Sorry, the Deputy... Oh, he was the Deputy Prime Minister? He was sitting around... He was the Deputy Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He was sitting around the cabinet table. This argument, this claim was being pushed around the Bahamas, and I guess around the world, for years before we came here, right? I merely, Mr. Speaker, reiterated what I would have read, what I would have heard, and I would now have done further research, would have verified. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to, there's a Nassau Guardian article dated the 4th of January 2017. Speaker, that speaks to, and it says, 4 times, all right, since 2018, credit ratings agencies have downgraded the Bahamas some 6 times. Twice under the Ingram administration, fairness, and 4 times, 2008, and 4 times under the Christie administration. But last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, 4 means 4. 1, 2, 3. And for clarity, Mr. Speaker, Moody's, December 2012, downgrade from A3 to Baa1. Moody's, December 2012. September 2014, downgrade to Baa2. August 2016, downgrade to Baa3. Then you have S&P, Standards & Poor's. December 2016, downgrade from BBB to BB+/B on foreign and local currencies, sovereignty rating, respectively. Now, Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, December is 1, September is 2, August is 3, plus December equals 4. And I think in December 2012, the PLP was in government. I think in December 2016, the PLP was in government. And I think during that period, the good member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and Salvador, as I was rightfully correct, he was not deputy speaker. He was the deputy prime minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Speaker. I refer, and I'm prepared to table the article, the Guardian, the Speaker. And you know, I had to go, and everybody talking about Google. I went, checked it out, and every time I press downgrade, PLP, downgrade, PLP, downgrade, PLP, downgrade, PLP. There was so much, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even know when to stop. I started wondering if they should probably change the name of their party. Downgrade, PLP, downgrade. They just keep popping and popping and popping, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where you start. You want this one, Mr. Speaker, the Guardian. We have Moody's report, last report on Bahamas release. I can table that too, Mr. Speaker. You have the Bahama Journal, whichever newspaper you want, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. The Journal of Government rejects Moody's downgrade. It's the 5th of July, 2016.
Honorable member, if you're going to table those documents, you have to do them one at a time so that I can get the dates and so on.
That's fine. I tell you what, I'm going to start, Mr. Speaker, with the. Yeah, I'm for starters. I'll just table the Guardian, and I started to read it, Mr. Speaker, since 2008, and I accept this statement. 4 times under the Christie administration. What could the administration have done to avoid these downgrades? All right, and then it goes on, Mr. Speaker, talking about how these agencies come to their conclusions, etc. I'm a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. I don't know much about the finance, but I can know there's a million zillion articles on it. There was a million. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, all through the elections, people were talking about us being downgraded. The member for East Grand Bahama used another term, junk status, junk born, PLP junk born. What was that again? Oh, okay, Mr. Speaker, and I don't remember there being any substantial rebuttal from it. Speaker, and the good member for Cat Island spoke for 2 hours yesterday, when I thought the good member for Cat Island should have spoken. Exuma spoke for 2 hours, and he continuously said that the good member for East Grand Bahama spoke for 7 hours. And I'm sure there was some reference to us being downgraded junk status. And now, I don't know if it's itching now, I don't know, it must be hurting now, Mr. Speaker. 4 downgrades under the Christie administration. And unless somebody can show me otherwise, I'm sticking by that, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to move on, Mr. Speaker, with my presentation. It's unfortunate that they've...
Honorable member.
Sorry, I wish to table before you proceed.
You just permit him to table. On order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Is that...
Mr. Speaker, I also want to just add one more. This is the Bahama Journal article dated the 5th of July 2016 by Jones Communication Bahamas.
Order that the document be brought up.
Moody says that the potential downgrade would put the Bahamas in the junk territory for the first time in the country's history. For the first time in the country's history. It's the Bahama Journal saying that. And obviously it says, to be fair, the government rejects Moody's downgrade. Speaker, we could be here all day because there's 100,000 of these things here, but I'll rest on that, Mr.
Order that the document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Is the message being sent by the fact it is continuously being said right, that the Bahamas was downgraded 4 times under the Christie administration. Right? That is half of the story. The full story is not being told. And it's being, and the fingers are being pointed to the No, Mr. Speaker. The point, Mr. Speaker, the reason, my point of, so I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, it is misleading for the member or any member in here to suggest that any of the downgrades by the rating agencies were attributed to the mismanagement physically of our affairs by the Christie administration. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it was clearly directed and is clearly put for the period 2007 to 2011. That's what Moody's says, because of the spending between 2011 and 2007 and 11. That's why we were downgraded in December 2012, when we were only in office for less than 6 months. That's when the downgrade happened. See, Mr. Speaker, so it's the message, Mr. Speaker. It's the message. And I say that's right.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. How on the sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
I just wanted to address that one particular point, because the member suggests that the management of the economy, the management of the economy during the years in which his government would have been in power was not as a result of their management of the economy. The downgrades were not as a consequence of their management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, even in the articles that the member for Tall Pines has, they speak to some specific points, Mr. Speaker. But just to set the record, just to set the record clear, though, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is actually 5 downgrades.
What?
Not 4.
I know we missed that one.
Standard & Poor's, 2015.
1,
2016.
2,
And then Moody's, 2012.
3,
2014.
4,
And 2016.
Lord have mercy, 5.
Mr. Speaker.
Shame on us.
And you know, again, Mr. Speaker, oh yeah, there's one in 2019. There's one in 2019 where they actually gave us a rating from negative to stable. So it actually started going back the other way. But Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, the facts are there. The ratings assessments and how the ratings are done is very clear. They have a methodology that they use for this. And the same methodology that they apply to today is the same methodology that they will use in previous administration.
Honourable members. Honourable members, just a moment. Members, some members, I would say, some members continually behave as though they should be exercising the discretion of the chair. On many occasions, I have permitted members, sometimes that didn't even have a point of order, to give an explanation, like I did this morning. And usually within the rules, it says that a member should only be able to give an explanation to a matter that is misinterpreted from their speech. And certain members have not spoken, but I permitted members to clarify and to give an explanation. But there's only one presiding officer, and the discretion resides with the presiding officer. I just want to make that clear. And I believe that I'm being as liberal as I possibly can. But because I'm being liberal, shouldn't mean that people should get progressive and try to have a party. So, I'm trying my best to be independent and to try and give each member the opportunity to speak. Now, I realize some members take a little longer than others to get their point across. And I've made that clear as well. I realize that, and all of us realize that. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines. The chair recognizes, on a point of order, member for Tall Pines, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the issue, I think, I still not think that.
Yes, honorable member. So that we won't have an issue with that, and you go to your position.
I'm all right.
Yes.
I could.
I mean,
I want to sit next to my.
that's according to the rules.
You don't even want you to sit here, man. Mommy's in the room. How far is this going to go now?
I don't, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to.
Honorable member, I'm only functioning according to the rules. That's what the rules say.
But I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there's any rule that will cause me to be separated from my colleague. I want to be close to my colleague. Mr. Speaker, yeah, Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, I will, see, truth should matter. Truth should matter in these things.
Yes.
All right, truth should matter. And all I ask from the side opposite is not just to leave it out there, to give an impression that I'll be able to demonstrate, and I will bring all the reports, and hopefully the truth will be put, right? Because nothing is further from the truth. That any downgrade is attributable to, and I'll bring
Mr. Deputy, honorable member.
Done by
Honorable member, just proceed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
They should have referred to the IMF when they were managing this economy. When we were being downgraded 4 times. 5 times. And I want to again thank the member for North Eleuthera, and as I said, for Googling what downgrades means. Seeing that I had to repeat that again. Downgrade PLP 4.0. That's what I think that's it. Now, I would speak, I want to, on this point, I want to remind the Bahamian people that it was this very same PLP government in the last 5 years that incurred a total cumulative deficit of over $2.2 billion, and outstanding government direct debt mushroomed to $6.5 billion, or 71.5% of the GDP. They talk about, Mr. Speaker, they talk about the IMF when the records would reflect that under the PLP downgrade 4.0 government, 5.0, I have to change that. The 5.0 government operated the single largest run-up in public debt in the history of our nation. And I was surprised, and I think this was the most joking, this is, like Grammy would say, the jokiest part of the speech of the member for Exuma, who was left here for 2 hours to try and defend the PLP's record. The member for Exuma thanked the former PLP Prime Minister, and then he thanked the former PLP Minister of State for Finance. The minister was the Minister of Finance, the Minister. He actually thanked them for the work that they did. 5 downgrades, the worst history, the financial history in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and he thanked them. I thought that was quite shameful, actually. Only person I want to thank the people of Centerville. I want to thank the people of Centerville. I want to thank the people of Golden Isles. I want to thank the Bahamian people for getting rid of this PLP downgrade 5.0 government, Mr. Speaker. And we want to say to them, no thank you. Not thank you, no thank you to the former member for Centerville. No thank you to the former member for Golden Isles. Speaker, I have nothing against them personally, but the fact is that the finances of this country was not being managed in a way that we could be happy and proud of. And in a mere 6 months, Mr. Speaker, in a mere 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we're able to see a shift, a complete shift in the direction of this country. And not only social affairs, not only in education, not only in health, but in this very important aspect, the economy, Mr. Speaker. The fiscal responsibility that the government, and that's one of the most important next to national security, Mr. Speaker, in protecting our borders, protecting our people, the economy of the Bahamas, Speaker. In this budget, we assured them that this new F&M government will utilize the numerous instruments available to it to facilitate and strengthen local enterprise. And to this end, we will improve the ease of doing business in this country. So that the young men in Jubilee Gardens, the young man in Victoria Gardens, the young lady, the Fire Trail Road, all throughout Tall Pines, all throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, would all have an opportunity to own a piece of the pie, to become an entrepreneur, and to be able to do well for their families. Speaker, that's just the F&M way. That's just the way we operate. That's the way we try to make sure that every Bahamian prosper, Speaker. And they talk about, Mr. Speaker, they talk about that we're not creating new opportunities, Mr. Speaker. I remind the Bahamian people of our commercial enterprise bill. We want to be a country, we always talk about diversifying this economy, diversifying this country and its economy. This commercial enterprise bill of Act of 2018, Mr. Speaker, was brought in to encourage, to promote, to bring in new industry, to create new opportunities for Bahamians, to help Grand Bahama, And in that act, we speak of other economic zones. So you might have other economic zones being developed throughout the Bahamas. That's initiative, that's innovation, that's new thinking, Speaker. And so Grand Bahama now is at that level now where we're seeing some growth, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing new industries coming into Grand Bahama. The member spoke about the Carnival project. He spoke about some of the other projects going on in Grand Bahama. We took a chance with Grand Bahama because Grand Bahama took a chance with us. And we're delivering, Mr. Speaker, we're delivering on Grand Bahama. We spoke also, Mr. Speaker, in this budget about the small business development center, Mr. Speaker. This small business development centers, these created key to our government business empowerment strategy, where we're talking, Mr. Speaker, about boosting jobs in our economy, economic growth, and breaking the cycle of dependency on government. The F&M government has always been, all of our governments have a track record of trying to pull people away from dependency on the government. The member for Fort Charlotte spoke about it when he was referring to a former member, Minister Maynard, yesterday when he talked about the fact that the former member of Parliament for Golden Isles, Speaker. We want to bring Bahamians away. We want to pull them away from, I want a government job. We want them to start saying that I want to create industry. We want them to start saying I want to create opportunities for other young people in the country. We want to say to them, listen, there's a piece of the pie out there, and through the Small Business Development Center, we're going to make it happen for them, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about over 3,500 companies, persons being advised, Speaker, or registered, Mr. Speaker. 73% of those are new startups, Mr. Speaker. New startups. 73% of that 3,500 are new startups, Speaker. We are going to allocate, we're going to increase allocations from $5 million, Mr. Speaker, to $8.5 million. This is how we plan to create opportunities for young people, Mr. Speaker, and this is how we intend to continue to manage this economy, this great economy of the Bahamas. Not dependent on government to create jobs by building streets and building schools, but encouraging small businesses, encouraging larger business to grow and to develop, to employ Bahamians, and to give us an opportunity to own a piece of the pie. I want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, but notwithstanding the fact that when we took office 2 years ago and found that the PLP government had during the last 5-year period incurred a total accumulative deficit of over $2.2 billion, and the outstanding government direct debt mushroomed to $6.5 billion, or fully a 7.5% of the GDP. And I want to reiterate, the largest in the history of this nation. Mr. Speaker, if I may, we talk about tax relief. They could call it whatever they want to call it. They could call it the crayon or whatever, tax relief. The last time I checked, educational supplies cost money. And there was tax on that. And now we're saying to the parents, particularly the young mothers in this country and fathers who have children in school, we're saying that we're giving you a tax break, VAT-free. Last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, refrigerators and stoves cost money and they were taxed. We're saying, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to reduce the tax, or we're giving them free tax when it comes to 18 cubic size with respect to refrigerators and 30 inches with respect to the fridge, the stoves, Mr. Speaker. Home furniture, Mr. Speaker, reduced from 45% to 25%. I don't know what they're talking about when they say that we are not helping Bahamians, Speaker. We are helping Bahamians every day. When they introduced VAT to the Bahamian people, I can't remember, I'm starting to be corrected, was there any exemptions, Mr. Speaker? Oh. There were no exemptions. At least, Mr. Speaker, we're exempting customs duties on goods to help Bahamians. True tax relief. And at least, Mr. Speaker, while they might say we might increase the VAT, Mr. Speaker, at least we're seeing a positive turn in the economy. They introduced VAT, and the economy was doing bad, worse. It was shrinking. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand, Mr. Speaker, how they could say that this government is not dedicated and committed to every single Bahamian. Education, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Prime Minister will speak to this at some greater length when he makes his presentation, but BTVI and UB going to have free tuition. Family Island students, and I admire, because I'm a product of Ellen Coakley and Exuma. I mentioned earlier that the good member for Exuma was my head boy 3 years before me, or 4 years before me. Speaker, we're saying to the Family Island students, this F&M government cares so much about you. So much about you. We're not only making education free at these tertiary institutions, but we're going to help you by giving you grants so that you could have some funds in your pocket while you're here in New Providence. If that isn't a caring government, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is a caring government. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated surely that we care. Social outreach, Mr. Speaker. We're increasing our direct investment from last year for direct social outreach, Mr. Speaker, by over $600,000, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at, I'm told we're looking at increasing the lunch program, Mr. Speaker. And all of these things, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, will help which we say, the average Bahamian. It will help all Bahamians. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I may, at this point, turn to the work that we're doing in the great constituency of Tall Pines. Speaker, I've always said, City 2000, which my constituency exists, we have seen during the F&M administration projects that have transformed Tall Pines, have transformed the Southern Shore, have transformed Carmichael, transformed Golden Isles, transformed Garden Hills and other areas in the City 2000 zone. Golden Gates, Mr. Speaker. The government has committed, Mr. Speaker, to extending the Marlow Butler Highway, to widening the Gladstone Road, And if I may pause here, Mr. Speaker, I drive those streets almost every day. And I could say, especially in the mornings, this is going to alleviate and take out a lot of driving stress out of Bahamians. As that area grows, we are growing with it. And if you look at it, it's only under the F&M government that you see very meaningful road developments. It's only under the F&M government that we see really meaningful constructions in terms of the government infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker. It seems to be. If you look at the track record, Mr. Speaker, it seems that only under the FNM these substantial things happen. And I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to the Urban Renewal Center being open in the Flamingo Gardens area. Being in Grandstand is back, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to Urban Renewal Center being open in our area, in the Flamingo Gardens area. We look forward, Mr. Speaker, to the government's land initiative taking place in the southwest part of New Providence where a lot of Bahamians have already benefited, but we're looking at Tall Pines residents and other persons benefiting from the property that is slated to be available to Bahamians for under $30,000. Service lots, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the neighborhood, the national, and I want to thank the Mama for Mama Mariah and the Minister for National Security, the National Neighborhood Crime Watch Initiative has taken ground in Tall Pines and other areas of the Southwest, Mr. Speaker. All of these things, with icing on the cake with these economic initiatives, they are helping the members of Tall Pines, the constituents of Tall Pines. They are helping members of the southwest part of New Providence. In fact, they're helping members and constituents throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. They don't like, Mr. Speaker, they don't like to hear the progressive moves that this party is making in the short 2 years. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when I was on the streets campaigning to be the member of Parliament for Tall Pines, I told the people of Tall Pines that there are going to be some central things that I would want to accomplish on their behalf. I said that we will have a community center with a constituency office open every day. Our constituency office is open every day. Our community center is open every day, Mr. Speaker. Computer lab, meeting rooms, homework center, every day. We have youth programs, Mr. Speaker. We just had a Easter basketball tournament during the Easter. We've had senior citizens activities. Speaker, we've already built 3 new parks in Tall Pines. I'm not talking about parks and beaches building it. Our constituency funds being used to build parks, Mr. Speaker. We're in the verge of building 2 more new parks, Mr. Speaker. We have redeveloped 3 parks in Tall Pines, Mr. Speaker. This 2 years. We've had, and what we've continuously done is had clean-up campaigns in every single polling division in Tall Pines. Every single polling division. Mr. Speaker, I'm not one of those MPs that maybe used to be in Tall Pines who look for headlines by powerful, funny words. I'm not a ham and turkey MP, Mr. Speaker. I want people to feel, touch, and experience Don Saunders' representation. And in 2 years, with a community center, with parks being built, with the many initiatives that's being done by the Ministry of Works, I say, Mr. Speaker, we've had a successful 2 years, and it's only going to get better, Mr. Speaker. It's only going to get better. But this, Mr. Speaker, is the crown jewel of the 2 years. A few months ago, Mr. Speaker, I was overwhelmed with pride to witness the first, witness us bring to fruition a conclusion. The number 1 peeve of the people of Tall Pines and the Southern District of New Providence was the landfill. We told the Bahamian people, as I walked the streets of Tall Pines, I said to them, the first thing, the most important thing I want to deal with is your most important issue, that landfill. The FNM government committed to it, Mr. Speaker. I committed to it, and I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, so said, so done. Speaker, now we have a company managing the landfill, the New Providence Ecological Park, Mr. Speaker. If you go on that landfill, I've had an opportunity, and I want to thank the member. Bahamians. This is a consortium, Mr. Speaker, of Bahamians. A consortium of Bahamians. And if you go on that landfill, and you compare, welcome back. Cover being in Grandstown, cover him. You don't want to miss this being in Grandstown. Mr. Speaker, if you go on that landfill and you compare what it looked like before, you would see, Mr. Speaker, that there's been extensive compacting. You would see, Mr. Speaker, that there are new firefighting and emergency equipment there. They plan to do a 4-mile fencing around it. Security is intact, Mr. Speaker. And this new management team, Mr. Speaker, has done an awesome job. And every single member of Parliament for Tall, every single constituent of Tall Pines, as I meet them, they are saying, thank you, Dawn. They're saying, thank you, F&M government. And I want to say to this F&M government, thank you very much for delivering for the people of Tall Pines. Mr. Speaker, but yes, there's much work. There's much work to be done, Mr. Speaker. There's much work. There's much work to be done, Mr. Speaker. Because in the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we're going to start focusing. We want to identify land, hopefully, Mr. Speaker, so that we can build our own community center. We want to identify funds, Mr. Speaker, so that we could start our scholarship program. We will be working, Mr. Speaker, in short order on our Tall Pines Small Business Association. And so we're moving forward in Tall Pines. And I want to say to the people of Tall Pines, in 2 years, if we have done what we have done, imagine what we're going to be able to do in another 3 years. Imagine what we're going to be able to do in another 5 years after that. Imagine what we're going to be able to do in another 5 years after that, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, in the last few minutes of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, the last few minutes of my presentation, I want to speak on something that's very passionate to me as the Deputy Speaker of this House. Speaker, we have persons in here who've spoken on their respective ministries, and there'll be one speaking on their respective portfolios in terms of water and sewage, in terms of chairmanships, their various chairmanships. I, Mr. Speaker, I have to represent this particular House from where I stand now. And I want to thank my colleagues for the confidence they've placed in me as the Deputy Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that much work has to be done with respect to this Parliament, with respect to where it is, where it needs to go. We talk a lot about democracy, independence, powers, and I know we're increasing the budget for the Auditor General and et cetera. We've introduced legislation for the independent public prosecutor, director public prosecutor. We've talked about this accounts council with the FRA, the Financial Act. We talk about that, and all those things are very important because it creates an avenue for independence, and it creates an avenue for persons to be able to act independently of the government. But I think, Mr. Speaker, and you have alluded to this on several occasions, that this House is one of the three arms of government, and all three arms of government has to operate independently. All three arms of the government are very important. But this particular House is the #1 arm of government. The executive stems from this particular place. And we have said on more than one occasion, and I've had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to travel in the CPA and visit it. I just came from Canada. I visited the Parliament in Canada. I know they're much more advanced than we are. Visited Cayman Islands, and I've looked at their Parliament and the way they operate. We've had a very rich history. I don't question that. Mr. Speaker, there must be a time when we have to come to the realization that this historic building has had its time. Mr. Speaker, this historic building has just become, I'm going to say it should be a museum right now. We talk about building a new, central bank talks about building a new central bank. There's a lot of land up there. I'm going to say to this government, really consider building a new Parliament where there's proper security. You know, we had the incident the other day. I mean, when I was in Canada, you were upstairs, glass, looking down. You could hear. I'm in Cayman Islands, same structure. Yesterday we had experience with the cell phone and etc. Modernize the way we do things. I know members are calling for select committees and how we operate in terms of our committees. I'm always of the view that we should have a select committee for national security. We should have a select committee for immigration and foreign affairs, where we are members of particularly the backbenchers, to get involved and look at these bills and even report back to the executive, where civil society could come and make their contributions. The conference I went to in Canada last week spoke about it. I spoke about it earlier. Where civil society play a role in how we move our legislation forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at the independence of the Speaker. I note with the budget. It says, and it brought it my attention. It says the accounting officer The counting officer is the cabinet secretary. My understanding of Parliament, and I think it's even in the Constitution, the counting officer of this House should be the clerk of the House. We need more staff here, Mr. Speaker. We need the true independence of the House, Mr. Speaker. Because our staff here need better working conditions. They need to go to conferences, and we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to run to the cabinet office every time you want to buy everything. I think we're responsible enough in this House, that we're matured enough in this House to give this House the true independence. We've already drafted a bill and presented it to our colleagues and the opposition to look at, and the several members of the society and our community to look at. And I know this government, Mr. Speaker. I know this government wants this country to move forward. We are here bragging about the positive effects that the new regime that we've introduced in finance, in the financial regime, these new methodologies and the benefits that's having for the economics of this Bahamas, or the fiscal responsibilities of this government. I think if we reform this Parliament, we will see likewise positive results that can only enhance our democracy. It only enhance the way we do business for our people in the Bahamas, in this House. And so, yes, I encourage all members here to review the draft bill so that we could have positive responses from you, and so that when, in the very near future, we could have an independent parliamentary commission that manages the affairs of this House. The Parliamentary Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, that be established, that manages the affairs of this House. Speaker, I think that's the move in the right direction, and I think successive governments have looked at it before, successive governments have talked about it before, but I want this particular FNM government that has proven itself to be the agents of change, that's proven itself to be the government, the modern government, that's propelled the country forward economically. This government has introduced legislation and statutes that propelled us economically, socially, to be the administration that changes the way we do business in this Parliament. Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I was in Malta at a CPA conference, and at the center of the city, you go to London, at the center of the city. You go to Canada and Ottawa, I just came from, at the center of the city is the most profound, proudest building, they would say. And that building, Mr. Speaker, is their Parliament building. That building is their Parliament building. So as we move to modernize New Providence and the development of New Providence, let's look at that. But more importantly, I'm more concerned about the structure and the functionality. And I want to thank the members and the staff of this particular Parliament, Mr. Speaker. They work so hard for us every day under the situation that we have here. And we have to thank them every day we come in here to do the people's business. Because they respect our duties, and we therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have to respect what they contribute to us. We want a full-time, we want a clerk appointed, Mr. Speaker. We want a Parliament
I don't know if it's appropriate for the Speaker to bang, but I want to bang for that one.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very appropriate for you to bang when we speak about the hard work that your clerk and your staff is doing every day, Mr. Speaker. I think equally, Mr. Speaker, it's important that you bang when we talk about progressing the democracy in this particular House.
Yes.
You are the head of Parliament, one arm of government, and it's incumbent upon us. And I know, Mr. Speaker, looking at your history as a politician, I think they would rather me be presenting this right now. All right? And I know you're passionate about it. And I know several members of our government, they are passionate about it. I know several members of all of our backbenchers, I think all of our members of Parliament and all of our senators are passionate about moving us forward. And so I stand here proud to be the voice as your deputy to remind this government that we need modernization of this Parliament. We need a new Parliament. We need to change the way we do business in this Parliament, Speaker. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm still very proud to be an FNM. I'm still very proud to be the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, Mr. Speaker. I'm still very proud to see the progress that we have been able to make, making history this government is going to be a part of history. I have faith in the member for East Grand Bahama that in 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see history being made. We are already moving in that direction. Surplus, Speaker. I'm very proud. Call it lucky, Mr. Speaker. I'm lucky to have the member for Freetown as the Minister of Tourism. I'm lucky to have him as the Minister of Tourism. And I want to say, Minister, member for Freetown, your team in Atlanta took very good care of me day before yesterday. If you look at the newspaper, you see the work that the manager in particular is doing there and what their team is doing throughout the world. That's why we're getting the record numbers. We have a government that's serious about governance. We have a government that is serious about moving the country forward. And that's why we have a lucky member of Parliament for Freetown that's a lucky minister for tourism. We have a lucky minister for social services. We have a lucky minister for transport. We have a lucky minister for Mount Moriah. We have a lucky minister of education. We have a lucky minister for youth, sports, and culture. We have a lucky minister of health. We have a lucky minister for foreign affairs. We have a lucky minister of state for legal affairs. We have a lucky minister of we have a national insurance and public service. We have a lucky, Mr. Speaker, we have a crowning jewel prime minister. We have a lucky minister of agriculture. We have a lucky Tall Pines, a very, very lucky minister of environment and housing. We thank him for delivering for Tall Pines. Mr. Speaker, we have an awesome prime minister. We have an awesome deputy prime minister who is prepared to live up and stand for what he's doing in the economic realm of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have a lucky team in this free national movement. And that is why Tall Pines, as you have a lucky member of Parliament, because we work for you every day. But it goes beyond luck, you know, Mr. Speaker. It goes to service. It goes to commitment. It goes to putting the Bahamian people first in whatever we do for them. And that's truly why we're getting the results we're getting. That's truly why, at the end of the day, the Bahamian people voted and gave us this overwhelming mandate. And I don't care what you say. What we've been able to report, what we've been able to produce is evidence of hard work, and every Bahamian should be proud, Mr. Speaker. And so this is a good budget. This is a progressive budget. This is a transformative budget. This is a budget that every Bahamian could be proud of, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, Tall Pines proudly supports this budget, and Tall Pines proudly supports this government, this free national movement government.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Baines and Grantstown.
Guy in his office across the street, man.
Take time, son. Come home now. The fathers have been waiting in the road.
Where's this ring in this road?
Yeah, recognize the war.
May it please you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the industrious people of the greatest constituency in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the great constituency of Baines and Grantstown, to impart my invaluable contribution to the deliberation of this 2019-2020 budget year. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking my Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, who has allowed me to be able to stand in this honorable House of Assembly with the resolve, with the commitment, the energy, and the ability to speak on and on behalf of a people who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, as a young man in this Bahamas, and as a young millennial, we often have idealistic goals and dreams and visions, Mr. Speaker, of where we would like to see our country and where we would like to see our people get to in life. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been tasked with the awesome responsibility from the people of being in Grantstown, Mr. Speaker, to be their voice in this honorable chamber. Mr. Speaker, when I was first introduced to the community of being in Grantstown, there were much reluctance and much apprehension towards what I can and cannot do.
Prove them wrong, man.
Oh, we certainly did.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the resolve and the resilience and a commitment to the people, Mr. Speaker, in the end, on that great getting up morning, victory was indeed ours. So, Mr. Speaker, realizing the challenge that the people in that community, the over-the-hill community, that has been neglected for many, many, many years under the past former failed PLP government.
Oh, yeah, now you want it.
Mr. Speaker,
Telling them.
we walked into Baintown on a mission. And the mission was to revitalize. The mission was to rebuild, to reinvigorate, Mr. Speaker, the energy and the enthusiasm and the hope of the people in the community to be able to dream again, to be able to hope again in a better community, in a better country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I looked around, the poverty level was out of the roof, Mr. Speaker. The people were dying for someone. They were dying for a government, Mr. Speaker, that would certainly be by the people, for the people, and with the people. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased because on May 17th, or May 10, 2017, Mr. Speaker, the people in that community, the community I've called to serve, Mr. Speaker, they voted for a government that was for the people, by the people, and with the people.
Tell them how the only divisions you went over.
And so much so, Mr. Speaker, the journey to get to this place in this honorable chamber was not an easy one, but it was a possible one, Mr. Speaker. Just as revitalizing and redeveloping this inner city community of being in Grantstown is not an easy one, but it is a possible one, Mr. Speaker. And so, when I looked around as the Member of Parliament and I thought about the things that could be done to bring the kind of relief to the people that they deserve, the first thing I had the honor and the privilege to do, Mr. Speaker, was to create a Center for Academic Development and Enrichment in the great constituency of Bain and Grantstown. And this Center for Academic Development and Enrichment, Mr. Speaker, offered 4 different courses for people throughout the community to partake in and be a part of to upgrade their academic capabilities. Because when I looked at it, Mr. Speaker, Baintown is less than 1 minute away from the University of the Bahamas, yet less than 1% of the people actually attend that university. And so it was a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to upgrade, to build people's lives, Mr. Speaker, that this Center for Academic Development and Enrichment began to follow. And so we offered courses in computer literacy, we offered courses in customer service, we offered courses in small business and entrepreneurship. And these courses, Mr. Speaker, saw the enrollment of 156 residents within Bain and Grantstown. And not only did they enroll in these courses, Mr. Speaker, over a period of some 15 weeks with the Cybertech Career College, Mr. Speaker, these residents all successfully completed with their certifications in those various courses. And so I could not be more honored and pleased as their representative, Mr. Speaker, that progress was being made. And so it was incumbent upon me, Mr. Speaker, to continue to develop that momentum and to develop that aspiration that they have. And the kids in the community, Mr. Speaker, young, talented boys and girls throughout Benin and Grantstown, Mr. Speaker, some 334 of them who would have made the honor rolls in their various schools, Mr. Speaker. 334 young kids in Benin and Grantstown made the honor roll. And so we thought to celebrate them, to show the academic achievement, and to show that this community is more than just what people deem it to be from the outer look or from the foreface of things. And so we celebrated them, Mr. Speaker, in grand style. But it was not that moment that called for us to stop. We had to keep on going, Mr. Speaker, as a community. And my efforts led me to bring about the Travis Cares Foundation, Mr. Speaker, in Benin and Grantstown. And that Travis Cares Foundation, we were able to provide free breakfast for each of the schools in Benin and Grantstown. Wow. So the last Monday in every month, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased as I'm able to go to the Willard Patton Preschool, Woodcock Primary School, Albury Sales, and C.R. Walker to provide free breakfast for those children, those kids, those students in our inner city community. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed an honor and privilege, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of a government that is focused on helping people in our impoverished and our inner city areas, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, with the efforts of our Minister of Labor, the Honorable Senator, the Honorable Dion Folks, who brought to Baintown the first Labor on the Blocks initiative, Mr. Speaker. And this Labor on the Blocks was so successful that we had some 274 residents in the community who went to Sarah Ingram Park on the morning of the Labor on the Blocks, and they were all interviewed by various companies throughout the country in tourism and the business arena. They had a few lawyer firms that was there, Mr. Speaker. Out of those individuals, we had some 72 residents who were able to successfully land job employment. And so I can say that the Labor on the Blocks, instituted by this Free National Movement government, it works. It worked in Baintown, and I'm sure that it will work in other communities as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, the community is one where most of the people or residents in our country are pleased to be from. I happen to meet a number of people on a daily basis, and they often talk to me about their time growing up in Benin and Grantstown and where they used to live on Hospital Lane and Ruberdine Lane and all about throughout the community. And so we sat for sometimes hours. I would sit with them, Mr. Speaker, and talk about their stories growing up in this historical community. And so I thought about how do we bring that same energy, that same pride that they have for this community back to the community. How do we reunite and bring people together throughout the entire community, Mr. Speaker? And those thoughts led to the first ever Benin and Grantstown Music and Cultural Street Festival, Mr. Speaker. A festival, an initiative that I was most proud of. This provided opportunities for vendors throughout the community, local people in the community, Mr. Speaker, who were able to set up their cultural, creative trinkets and various booths throughout the entire strip of Meadow Street, and they were being patronized by people who live in the community, those who used to live and came back to celebrate and to commemorate with the people. And we saw a successful initiative, Mr. Speaker. People were talking about it for weeks, even to this day, about the camaraderie, about the community morale that is starting to come back to our inner city community. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're not just a community with guns and knives and murders and the likes that the newspaper so often blast across as billboards and petitions. We are a community of heart. We are a community with working people, people who pay their fair share of the tax like everybody else in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Honest working people, Mr. Speaker, people who struggle to make a living day after day after day, Mr. Speaker. And we thought to showcase that spirit of the Bahamian people inside this historic community. And so we are mindful, Mr. Speaker, of the challenges and the social ills within the community. And that would have led me to appoint, Mr. Speaker, Director of Community Teenage Parenting Services and Social Affairs. This director, Ms. Felicia Carey, Mr. Speaker, worked with the teenage parents throughout the community of Bain and Grandstown. We would have held various workshops with them, with other professionals in society, and these workshops were geared towards empowering them, Mr. Speaker, giving them the tools that they need, the resume building sessions, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on. But this is what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you have an individual who put themselves into the people's shoes, Mr. Speaker, who feel the people pain. We need more individuals, Mr. Speaker, who will not just make decisions that will benefit a selected few, but who will go above and beyond to make sure that the needs of the people, Mr. Speaker, are first and foremost the priority of the day. And that's what I seek to do every single day that I get up in the morning and I traverse through the community, Mr. Speaker, and I speak with these residents on a daily basis. And I hear their concerns and I hear their heart, Mr. Speaker, because they, like every other community, want to be able to work a job, Mr. Speaker, make a decent wage, Mr. Speaker, that they could take care of their family, pay their bills, put a little change on the side for savings, and live as decent, moral citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And that's what we, in this honorable House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, should be focused on, as we can see that we are. And that's what I believe that this government is seeking to do with this very same budget. But, Mr. Speaker, everything that you do, Mr. Speaker, or a group, an organization, you need good leadership. And, Mr. Speaker, I could not be even any more proud to be a part of an organization where leadership is not a challenge. To be a part of an organization, Mr. Speaker, where we have a captain of a ship with a vision, Mr. Speaker.
Talk, man, talk! That's hard now, you're warming up.
Mr. Speaker, we have a captain of a ship who have already envisioned, Mr. Speaker, where he wants this country to be, what we have to do to make steady strides to get there, and exactly how we're going to get there, Mr. Speaker. And so, the only way we could change this, Mr. Speaker, is when we have those individuals with the ingenious minds, leaders who are not afraid to make the tough decisions even when people think that they are crazy for making it. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased because we have a Prime Minister of this country, Mr. Speaker, who have made the sacrifice to invest the kinds of resources into our inner city community, Mr. Speaker, to pull it out of the poverty that it is now in and bring it to safe harbor. And And so, Mr. Speaker, this captain in his infinite wisdom, Mr. Speaker, decided that Bain and Grangetown should not be left behind.
No, sir.
See, because his motto is no constituency left behind.
That's where he
And
come from.
ensuring, Mr. Speaker, when you have a passion for something, see, passion is not something that you can buy or purchase, you know. Passion is something from inside. And you feel that because you've lived it. And Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has lived it. We didn't import him. He wasn't a foreigner. He is one of us. Born in Baintown, grew up around there, know the people there. His father got a gas station there. What more we want? And so, this visionary leader, Mr. Speaker, instituted what we all have come to see as a progressive program called the Over the Hill Rejuvenization Partnership Initiative. Mr. Speaker, this program of which this leader, Mr. Speaker, has given me the opportunity to run with and to be a part of creating and manifesting the changes that the people would need to help them to get to a place that they can be proud of. This Over the Hill program, Mr. Speaker, when it came about, people used to drive around the skirts of Baintown. People used to come through the community, and they used to drive at a certain speed because they didn't want to stop in Baintown. They was afraid, Mr. Speaker. But for some reason, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what it was, but I think I found the potion.
Yeah.
But for some reason, after we would have instituted this program, not only are they driving at a slower pace, Mr. Speaker, they're parking their cars.
Getting out.
They're walking around. So much so that, Mr. Speaker, any one of us on any given day can walk down in Baintown and see the tourists walking through the community.
Stop it.
We have persons who are coming into the community, looking at various potential opportunities for investment. How, Mr. Speaker, what is so amazing to me is that the same area a few years ago under some other people that people didn't even look to, Mr. Speaker. It took a man with a vision and an idea to institute an initiative that get people from Kalani, people from out east and out west, everybody looking at Baintown. Baintown is now the center, the masterpiece of attention.
Renaissance.
And it's always good to talk about an initiative, you know. But nothing is more powerful when you have someone who is willing to put their money where their mouth is.
With Peter.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the government allocated in excess of some $5 million a year for this Over the Hill Rejuvenization Partnership Initiative. $25 million over the 5-year period, Mr. Speaker. In our inner city, as the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased because this is the single largest investment that any government has made in our inner city community for the poor people.
That's not stupid.
The single largest investment that any government has made from 2017. Who that is?
No, they ain't do nothing.
We're still trying to figure out where they started. But Mr. Speaker, the single largest investment, no other government. And Baintown, people so often brag about it. Politicians use it as political tools, right? To say, I'm from there. I was born in this corner and that corner.
Yeah, I come from there.
And what they do, Mr. Speaker? What have they done except drive through?
I go up there, Boy Mission Road.
But, Mr. Speaker, gone are the days where we're simply paying lip service to these initiatives, Mr. Speaker. And so I couldn't be more proud and pleased of the undertaking by this Free National Movement government, Mr. Speaker. When I look at how the program has evolved to incorporate and include the people in the community, we just recently, over 2 months ago, brought on board environmental monitors, local constituents within the community, Mr. Speaker, from both Baintown and Centerville, Mr. Speaker, who are part of this environmental monitors initiative. And they are being a part, Mr. Speaker, to improve their community. We're not bringing in outsiders to do it for them. We put an initiative where we would empower them to do it for themselves. And that is what building a community is about. Giving you the resources necessary, Mr. Speaker, to empower yourself and simultaneously empower your community. And when I talk with some of these, some of the environmental monitors, those are home from my community, and they tell me of their story, Mr. Speaker, it brings happiness and joy to my soul when I hear their stories about how they felt left out, how many of them was not able to finish school. They were always marginalized because of the community that they lived in. When they applied for jobs and they put Baintown on the application, they were denied simply because of the stereotype. But here comes a government. What an ingenious plan, Mr. Speaker, to not only just put some money in your pocket, but to allow you to be a part of the change that you would like to see in your own community. That is what it's about, Mr. Speaker, empowering the lives of people. And then we have a structure, Mr. Speaker, in the community that all of us are looking forward to the completion of. And this structure, Mr. Speaker, is known better as Southern Recreation Grounds. And Mr. Speaker, this beautiful park that most people are looking towards and anticipating the completion of it is expected, Mr. Speaker, to be a hallmark, a centerpiece in the community, Mr. Speaker, where tourists and locals and people from other communities can come and enjoy themselves and their families in a safe environment. The investment that we've made inside this community, Mr. Speaker, is unheard of. Some would say unthinkable, unbelievable, but we did it. We didn't do it because we were looking out for ourselves. We did it because the people needed it, Mr. Speaker. And this government, despite what the critics and the naysayers may say,
Don't mind them.
they stepped up to the plate. The government took the bat and we swung at the ball. Because it was much bigger than merely winning some votes. It was much bigger than merely being re-elected. That's what leadership is about, making tough decisions, even when it's not the popular one. That's what the member for East End did. Even when it wasn't popular, that's what the member for Kalani did. Made tough decisions. Why? Because it was in the best interest of the Bahamian people. And, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the results today, most couldn't be proud. Not many could be proud, Mr. Speaker, of the results that we are seeing today. These results, Mr. Speaker, we could see it in the institution of the Small Business Development Center, Mr. Speaker, an empowerment initiative where young people like myself and the thousands of many others, Mr. Speaker, these young people can go through a program at the Small Business Development Center. They could learn, get the tools and knowledge necessary to run their business and how to start up a new business if they wish. And then at the end of it, they have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to receive grants to start up their very own business, to be their own boss, not to work for someone else. Young people of empowerment, Mr. Speaker. And so when I think about the Small Business Development Center, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this will be the impetus to the revitalization of empowerment for the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. It will be. And as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, even in the community, and when I think about the community and I think about how people were so fearful, Mr. Speaker, to stay in the community even after hours. By 5, 6 o'clock, people were gone. They've left the community. Why? Because they were afraid for
the standards of my father's house. And so he said, will arise and return unto the house of my father. And the Bible says that his father saw him from a long way off.
every day he was looking.
And that says to me that the father every day was standing in the road and looking to see this boy return home and probably praying. Michael, you praying with me? Your mother's a praying woman.
I prayed for you,
And when he came and he saw him from a long way off, he recognized his son. He recognized his son. You're going to like this. You're a preacher. He recognized his son and he ran and he hugged him. And the Bible says that he prepared for him a feast. A feast he prepared for him. And that is important, that as fathers we be able to embrace our sons, no matter where they find themselves. After I had such a heavy day yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I walked into my house and I was going into the kitchen and my eldest was walking into the front door. And I stopped for a moment and I looked at the boy and I said, well, he's a 33-year-old man working for himself and, you know, don't ask me for anything. I stopped and I said, come here, son. I hugged him and I kissed him. I said, I love you. Because I experienced in this job and the place where I sit something very difficult for me over the last couple of days, having sons. And for the loss of sons in the way that we have seen. And so, Mr. Speaker, before I launch into my formal discourse, I wish to take this opportunity to extend, because I didn't do it yesterday, formally, condolences to those who've lost their sons in Italy, fine young sons of the Bahamas, promising young sons of this country. And so that's why we must do all we can to encourage those who are doing well. And stop complaining about the ones who are not. Be fathers to those who are lost. And treat them as your prodigal who's returned home. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I wish to publicly convey my heartfelt condolences to the families of Al Ray Ramsey and Blair Jane on the loss of two of our gifted sons. Blair John, I'm sorry. I know there are no words that can adequately describe the pain and the grief you feel at this time, but I encourage you to take comfort in the thought that God still reigns supreme. I wish to share with you my favorite prayer, and I think we all know it. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And so with that said, I pray God grant you the strength and the courage in the months and years ahead as you go through this dark hour of your lives. And I take this opportunity to also assure you and the Bahamian people that as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, My ministry will use every diplomatic option available to seek the answers that you need. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I reached out to the foreign minister from Italy today. He's traveling and promised to return a call to me as soon as he can. I also wish to extend condolences to our ambassador to the United States, who's situated in Washington, His Excellency Sidney Colley, on the recent passing of his father. And to the family of Donald Sims, a man I knew in Murphytown, Abaco, we called him Coffee, who passed recently. I wish to extend to his wife, Althea, and his extended family my profound condolences. And our prayers are with them. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that said, I didn't want to mix the two. I now seek to begin my discourse in this place. Firstly, I want to thank God for His grace and mercy, which has kept me thus far. You know, God has brought me from a mighty long way, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, I feel like preaching, right? From a little...
Come on, Andrew.
From a little fella down in Block 30 in Dundas Town, South Beach, to this place. And God has been good to me, better than I have been to myself. I wish somebody would say amen in this place.
Amen, amen. Oh, yeah. Preach, man, preach.
I want to thank the people of North Abaco, the constituents, for their trust and confidence to allow me to serve at this level and to serve them as best I can. I want to thank the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis, for his trust and faith, which permits me, this boy from Block 30, to go all over the world and speak on behalf of this country and the Bahamian people. It is a task that I do not take lightly. It's one that I use prayerfully. I want to thank my wife, Deidre, our sons, and my one granddaughter for allowing me to continue to serve this country that I love in the fashion that I do today. I want to thank my colleagues in the cabinet and parliament, even South Andrews, who teaches me a lot about parliamentary conduct, whom I'm proud to serve alongside. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with a quote. I got them inside there. No, let me just thank my staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who work, even though it's in here somewhere, I read it in here somewhere, who works assiduously to help us fulfill the mandate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on behalf of the Bahamian people. And I appreciate them, even though sometimes it doesn't appear that way, because I come from a military background, and it's difficult sometimes when you come from the military and have to conform to things in the public service. But I want them to know that I really, truly appreciate all that you do on behalf of the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with a quote, and I don't think I'm going to be very political today. I want to begin with a quote from Kalani, which is featured in a nice online portal that I saw established for the first time in the history of the Bahamas by the Minister of Finance, who I think is doing a great job in trying to manage the economic affairs of this country in a very trying and testing time. Its pioneers always have a tough job, Mr. Deputy. The way of the pioneer is tough because he is forging ahead and blazing new trails. He's doing things that might not be popular. You know, when I thought about the other day, sitting here listening to you, I thought about that commercial called with Buckley's. Because all of us want more things for our constituents. I understand the backbench in this place. I mean, you know, when I walked out behind North Eleuthera yesterday, after he had emptied himself, I whispered in his ear, I said, boy, you freed yourself. Yeah, and this is what it says on that web page that I read from this morning. I'm quoting the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. And I quote, "It is 2 years in, and against some extraordinary odds, we have delivered stable and steady governance instead of irresponsible and unplanned fiscal management. We secured positive economic growth at 1.6% last year, following the persistent economic stagnation that had characterized the Bahamas during the term of the former administration. We delivered a framework for good governance, not with superficial platitudes, but with the power of legally binding mandates." It's leadership. If you've done it for a while, you will come to realize that it is not a position, if you really mean what you're trying to do, it is not a position that you come to seek popularity. Good leaders, despite the risk, will always do what is best for the group. And in this case, you got more troubles than us when it comes to leadership. I tell you, I didn't come here. You got more problems than it comes. What the names I heard called today that said they're on the way back to you? You wasn't here. You wasn't here. I can fill you in later. Right? And so, sound leaders take tough decisions. You know what I once heard the Prime Minister said? He once said that I would rather lose the government. Doing what is right. Than lose a country. Anybody remember that? I would rather lose the government doing what is right. Yeah, that's right. That's a man who's looking out for my children. And my children's children. Because I got a granddaughter who, you know, my sons know she can get all of my inheritance. I say that publicly. So they got to go get their own. That's what the preacher said. You hear the preacher, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. Didn't say nothing but his children. Right? And so I trust the leadership of Kalani. That's why I'm here. I knew it wasn't easy when we came to government. I knew we would have to make tough decisions. And you know what? I believe God put us in place in this time and season for such a time as this to make tough decisions. That's my belief. That's my conviction. And so everything we do as a government will not be popular. But we will do it because we believe we have the conviction that it is right and proper for the Bahamian people and for the survival of our country. That's why we will do it. You know, I sat here yesterday and I looked in amazement when I saw a man I'll refer to as a young man with no disrespect, St. Barnabas.
Oh yeah. You can't call him a young man. You told me I can't say that.
Stand in this place. This is the way you said it. It's the way you said it. And well, we're both junior members. He's my friend. When I saw my friend from St. Barnabas, are you happy? Stand up in this place and elucidate it. Explicate it. The economic, path of the Bahamas, from where we were and from where we're trying to go, and what we see futuristically for the country. And I sat there and I said, you know what? After we finish these next 8 years, some of us could go home and rest, you know, and leave the country in good hands. You know, I think God Nils and I can take you yellowtail fishing with us. Because you're from town, right?
You get back.
You didn't spend much time on the island. I want to teach you how to fish for yellowtail as he taught me. With no sinker, and just let your line go long. And sure enough, it works. Yeah, he taught me that. I didn't think anybody else could teach an Abaco man how to fish in a certain way. And then I heard the backbench of our party with conviction. As I just heard Bain and Grantstown, with conviction, speak to what we are trying to do economically to stabilize the economy of the Bahamas and to take us to places hitherto yet unknown. I believe we will do it, you know. But we have to stay the course. I won't get to the stuff, you know. But you know, we went to church the other day, Mr. Speaker, and the preacher preached from the book of Nehemiah. And you know Nehemiah was you a preacher too. You know, he was the king's cupbearer. And at some point he had tremendous success, and he said to the king, he said, listen, I am troubled. You know, the wall of my home, they're broken down and destroyed. No, the Holy Spirit is bringing it to you when you need it, you know.
Well, it ain't reached me yet.
Yeah, you stay near me, man.
Honorable member, I order that expunged from the record.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And Nehemiah convinced the king to allow him to go back home to his city and build the walls. Rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And Nehemiah started to work, and he had a lot of discouragers, Sanballat and Tobias. Now you know, the irony of this thing is that Nehemiah was building the wall to protect them as well. That's where they were from, that place, you know. He was trying to build the wall to protect all of them. But before they went up to determine to go and help him, they came to make sport of him and said to him, you know, what you building this wall for? Why don't you come down? And they said it from a place, South Beach, called Oh No. And so I say, oh no, like Nehemiah did. Like the preacher said that our leaders should do. Say, oh no, I am doing a good work, and I ain't coming down. So you can't come down until the work is completed. And so we say to the leaders, stay on the wall. And then some come and say, if a fox jump on the wall and shake it too hard, it'll come crumbling down. But Nehemiah stayed on the wall, and he continued to build until he restored the walls of the city. But Kalani, we can stay on the wall with you, you know. And we will stay on the wall until we help you to rebuild the walls to protect our country. My granddaughter is depending on us. I know you got grandchildren. They're depending on us to stay on the wall. And with that, let me now turn myself to the ministry over which I have charge. Mr. Speaker, all that we do at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must be for the benefit of Bahamians. The fiscal year 2018-2019 was busy and productive for the ministry. in its dispatch of the country's interest. As we move toward the end of the current fiscal year, the pace has not decreased. I'm very grateful to have a team that stand with me in carrying out the work of the ministry at this time. And so I'd wish to publicly thank Permanent Secretary Jack Thompson, Director General Sharon Brennan-Haylock, all of our ambassadors and high commissioners and consuls general, senior managers, honorary consuls, and foreign service officers, and administrative staff for the support given to me and for their service to the government and people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, this is the third budget debate in which I have participated. And as I was preaching all day, I will continue to preach in biblical terms. The number 3 holds great significance. The meaning of this number derives from the fact that it is the first of 4 spiritually perfect numbers, the others being 7, 10, and 12. And so I asked God when I saw that, how come I have number 13 on my car, cabinet car? Huh? Now my friend right here, he's a number genius, so I know he's going to figure that out for me somehow.
Yeah, I can work that out.
Some countries, they say, revere the number 13. They say it's a coveted number. I take it because I know it's the plan of God for my life. That's my number.
13.
The number 3 represents the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The 3 righteous patriarchs before the flood were Abel, Enoch, and Noah. After the deluge, there was the righteous fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, later renamed Israel. In other words, 3 represents success, victory, and triumph. It is my firm belief that God is telling us that our best days are yet ahead of us. What's your number is 3?
He's blessed and highly favored.
Well, you got a good number.
1, 2, 3.
In the role of the foreign ministry, there's much misconception by the public, and I want to begin to set it straight a little bit. As it relates to the work of the ministry, there's a continuous refrain that you would hear from time to time that we're always traveling and attending receptions and other things. And this criticism is not different than that levied at many foreign service officers globally. But there are several points I wish to make to dispel this notion. Now, I don't by no means travel as much as I've heard travel previously. Not in this position. But how do we dispel this notion? Firstly, I believe that the utmost conviction that everything we do in this arena, as I've indicated, must benefit the Bahamian people. Everything we do must benefit the Bahamian people in their economy and in their security. That's the way countries run foreign policy and foreign relations. If we are engaging and it doesn't benefit Bahamians in their economy and in their security, it's simply wasting time. And this has been my mantra from the day I took office as the foreign minister. And this is a mantra that has been stated repeatedly to every foreign service officer, whether serving at home or abroad. It is their purpose, as I try to say to them, as foreign officers, to use the foreign service as a mechanism to help and achieve the national development plans and goals for our country. The work that we commence might be completed by another ministry or agency of government, and oftentimes we may not get the credit for having stated the purpose or the process, for having started the process, but we endeavor to ensure that what we are doing will benefit our people. I say to my people to keep them encouraged, you know, Mr. Speaker, that, and I call them my people affectionately, that sometimes you can't build a road like the Minister of Works. Or you can't see the reduction in crime like the Minister of National Security in the efforts that they make. Or you can't look at the test results like the Minister of Education, or the numbers that I see in tourism. But every little incremental thing that you do in the arena in which you participate abroad helps to bring each of them closer to the common objective, which will result in a good outcome for the Bahamas. An example of this is illustrated in the message repeated by Foreign Service officers of the Bahamas and the Caribbean community on the incorrect use of gross national product, GNP per capita, as a matrix to measure economic wealth and the negative impact that it has on our small economies. The developed world has heard us because we continue and continue and continue to say it to them, that the way you assess us, the way you have graduated us into middle-income countries, it is not fair to us because we are yet developing countries. And it is our belief and conviction that you should consider our vulnerabilities more than you look at our GDP and GNP. After all, we live in the Hurricane Belt. And we can make grand plans, you know, to do the capital good. Set aside all kinds of money. And in one fell swoop comes a catastrophic event, and all our plans go hurling out of the window in the wind of the hurricane. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the developed world is beginning to hear us. The European Union and the UN, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, are looking more closely at what we say when we speak about how you estimate our worth and value based on GNP and GDP, because they're skewed. We have pockets in our country that are very wealthy, and then we have other pockets that are just barely going along. But you lump all of us in together, and then you come up with this ratio that puts us in the same category as China because of the population. It's unfair. And so secondly, much of what is done in by Foreign Service officers paved the way for the work of substantive ministries and agencies of government. The endless policy meetings in which Foreign Service officers sit at the UN, the Office of American States, in CARICOM, in the Commonwealth, and other international organizations. They serve a purpose. They begin the process for setting up the guidelines, the standards, the norms towards effective and sustainable governance, the attainment of productive resources. Call of countries such as the Bahamas on international organizations, most notably the UN, to look at building resilience for natural disasters. I believe it's been heard. They're hearing us. To date, the international community is looking more closely at an approach relative to resilience against natural disasters. How this is implemented at the end of the day will be carried out by other agencies of government. The process started with Foreign Service officers who sat and negotiated with those who manage disaster and look after climate change. Thirdly, when Bahamians are in distress or encounter problems of any type, they know immediately to go to the nearest Bahamian overseas office or to call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Oftentimes, the expectation of what the government ought to do to get them out of problematic situations is quite unrealistic. Nonetheless, we work with families and others to get individuals home as quickly as possible when they encounter problems in foreign territories. In cases, sometimes they require overnight stays, and we assist with modest accommodations and meals and clothes and whatever is deemed necessary, or other assistance that may be required. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, some Bahamians find themselves in situations that cause them to become incarcerated or detained abroad. In such cases, our consular officers overseas visit Bahamian nationals on a regular basis to ensure that the rules of international law are being applied while they are detained and that their rights are respected, ensuring the provision of basic needs such as food, water, exercise, medication where applicable. Further, my ministry has worked with various governments to establish prison transfer agreements and assist in transfer process of Bahamians incarcerated abroad to serve out their prison sentences in the Bahamas. In doing this, individuals are closer to their family and friends despite being incarcerated. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has come under some criticism for responding to certain information reported in social media. But I must state that the ministry has to first obtain the facts before offering comments on correspondence for matters reported in social media and elsewhere. Moreover, as a government ministry, we must observe the rights and privacy of named individuals and their families before we carelessly jump out and make claims. I have seen recently, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions when things would go viral on the internet, and there would be this claim that this is a Bahamian and no one in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying anything, the government doesn't care. Well, Mr. Speaker, I served my country all my life. I care about Bahamians. I risked my life for Bahamians for more than 36 years. The Prime Minister and some of these other ministers that sit in the cabinet, they don't have to be there if they didn't care for Bahamians. Nobody has the right to accuse us of not caring for Bahamians because we choose to verify the facts before we speak. Turns out that most of the people they be talking about are not really Bahamians. The other day we had the issue with the assertion of a hate crime. And you could call me, you know, or you could call, I'm not the type of minister who have a problem with people calling the consul generals or the ambassadors. You pay them. You pay their salary. You can call them and get the information firsthand before you run ahead on reporting things. Before you put in the public domain. I know I'm a lawyer. Lawyers say all kinds of things. But you gotta wait to see what the law says before you move. You know? I love you too, Angliston. I love all Bahamians. I love all Bahamians, Angliston. Risk my life for Bahamians every day of my life. Love Bahamians, love to serve Bahamians. That's why I am where I am, doing my best in the service of my country for my people. At times, the ministry is required to refrain from commenting on matters that are under investigation by Bahamian or international authorities, so as to prevent jeopardizing the investigation or our diplomatic relations with a given country. Social media, when used responsibly, can have positive results. However, oftentimes, information is fabricated, exaggerated, or incorrect. That is the irresponsible use of social media, which can cause mischief and irreparable damage. I urge again the Bahamian public not to be quick to cast judgment or to believe everything they read in social media and other places. Please appreciate that we can trust, but we must verify. Trust but verify, especially when you're the government of the Bahamas.
And be responsible.
You can't just get out there, man. Huh? You have to verify. That's responsible governance. Prime Minister should fire me if I get out there and do some nonsense like that knowingly. Fire me. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we are a transformational government. We come to change things. We didn't come to maintain the status quo. Most of us, you know, many of us are first-time members of this place. We're reminded of that all the time.
Who reminds you of that?
Some of us,
What time?
some of us come here directly from the military uniform.
2002 you'll be here from.
Some of us were police officers.
You're born in here.
They always remind us of
Your father by you. Your father was here just like my father.
They're the two whitest people.
we have come at a time, Mr. Speaker, that will define the future of our country. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are at what social scientists call a strategic inflection point. We are at the fork in the road. And it depends on which one of those sides we take, right or left. Whether we take the right hand or the left hand will determine whether we swim or sink. I got this on the side of my notes here, so I might as well read it. Well, I trust Kalani and the team he has assembled to take the right turn. I believe we're prepared to take the right turn, no matter how much it hurts. The budget presented for the Foreign Service seeks to build on the success of the work undertaken during the 2018-2019 fiscal year and allow the ministry to move with the changing times. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we train our people. And so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs highly regards training as an essential part of human resource building, professional development, and succession planning. We got to change the way things are done in this country. We have a mandate to put in place succession planning. And we have to look at, we can't just look at, I've seen this all my life. I don't think I can finish this, you know, that's with. But you in a queue, that's how you were in the Defense Force. They had you ranked and enlisted. And even if you got promoted in the same batch, you could not reasonably expect to supersede a fellow who was in the queue ahead of you, no matter how good you were, or how worthless the fellow ahead of you was. No, we're speaking truth to power here now. Speaking truth to power. But so we can't expect to change the country if we sit now and allow such things to pertain. This is a growing, developing country that wants to keep pace with the world. And so we must find a way to find the brightest and the best in these various services and organizations and agencies of the government and get them to the top. Turn them loose so they can help us create the kind of Bahamas that we're looking for, that I want my granddaughter to grow up in. You know, even us in here, you know, Mr. Speaker, you watch the British House of Commons? You watch them? I see all kind of colors in there. And they export that Westminster system here to us, and boy, I still hear my dark, sober colors. And if I dare come in here outside of that, I can hear from South Andres. So we need to look at some things. I know we move a little further in the courts where you can go now in the Supreme Court, I believe. It still pertains without the wig in this hot climate.
We'll be looking at you.
You know, we got people in uniforms around here that they run around in 90-degree heat. We got to look at how we change. We come to transform the Bahamas. We didn't come to maintain the status quo, and we would not do it with timidity and fear. God put us here. We got to trust Him. That the decisions we make, all we do is seek His guidance and direction, and He will lead us in the right path. I believe that. That's my conviction. Bahamas' diplomatic relations with foreign countries and its collaborative partnerships, both at the domestic and international levels, have created meaningful channels through which foreign service officers obtain necessary training to enhance their knowledge and level of expertise, primarily in the diplomatic and consular protocol. I was in Germany last week, I think it was.
Travel a whole lot.
Yeah.
Not as much as fly in France.
Why even ain't touching that?
You should be the last person to talk about travel. They used to knock you off
Still
the
living
travel.
off them frequent flyer miles.
They used to knock you off the travel route.
And I observed, Mr. Speaker,
When the Dubai trip comes up, he goes to Saudi
I
Arabia.
observe a level of professionalism. I observe a level of professionalism in the diplomatic and consular corps and those who were doing the protocol that I would desire to have in the Bahamas. Our people are doing their best. They're good people. But we have to give them the tools
Thank you, predecessor.
to become better
Thank you, predecessor, sir.
at what they do.
Yeah, Brent, you can thank Brent.
We have to give them the tools instead of just sitting around complaining about their shortcomings. The ministry, while desirous of ongoing collaboration with traditional training partners, is seeking to expand its pool of training opportunities to cultivate a more diverse training experience. The ministry is committed to ensuring that the new existing officers seize opportunities that will assist them in progressing from protege to expert practitioner with leadership skills required for career advancement. The ministry has commenced training exercises for new existing officers in an effort to enhance the technical capacity while ensuring maximization of our human resources and sustain organizational growth. Moreover, training and subsequent posting of qualified Foreign Service officers is a priority for the ministry as mandated by this administration. You know, we have a problem, Mr. Speaker, when we send people abroad, they don't like to come home. That's a challenge that we have, and the policy of this government is that after 3 years serving abroad, you should come home and allow someone else transfer that knowledge that you gain while abroad. Absolutely. Right? And allow someone else to go out and get some more of that knowledge and come back. And as the man leading the ministry, Mr. Speaker, following the mandate of the Prime Minister, it is 3 years and you should come back to the Bahamas. You're a Bahamian. Right? You should come back to the Bahamas and transfer some of that knowledge. And so if you refuse to come back to the Bahamas, I ain't got no problem with that, you know. But you will be domiciled. You will be domiciled or resign. It is just that simple. It is unfair that some can serve in this country for years and years and years and years, and others stay here, just toiling and never get the opportunity to serve abroad. The ministry will continue to equip its officers with the requisite skills to execute the Bahamas' foreign policy while ultimately delivering quality service to those in the international arena on behalf of the Bahamian people. Likewise, we will continue to hire as deemed necessary and train young qualified persons in creating a new cadre to handle the shifting priorities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To properly train and enhance the skill set of our young officers, along with modernizing our officers. We believe it will take, as the Minister of Finance, we believe it will take but 70,000. That's what we believe. And training must be a priority in ministries with certain skill sets. This represents no increase over last year's budget, but it's an imperative in order to improve the foreign service. I pause here to commend the Foreign Service officers that organized the annual Model United Nations MUN session, a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Rotary Clubs of the Bahamas. The event has proven year after year to be an excellent mechanism to expose talented students to debate, research, and exploration of international policy issues. This year's theme, Water for Life, was indeed a topical issue of vital importance. And I continue to be amazed, Mr. Speaker, at the astuteness of our high school students as they interact during the Model United Nations session. I extend congratulations, Prime Minister would like this, to the students of St. Augustine's that captured the winning prize for MUN 2019. At least they did better than the Saxons. The big red machine did better than the Saxons. Yeah.
You better not go in, or
Yeah.
you might not come back.
We have made provision in the budget for hotel transportation and per diem, as we do every year, for this event to ensure that bright young high school students continue to enjoy this opportunity. The Rotary Club covered the cost of the airfare. And so congratulations are also extended to the students of Queens College and NGM, Major High. That's a school out of Long Island. Adrian Gibson like that. That finished in DPM, that finished second and third place as finalists. Mr. Speaker, I move now to the protection of our borders, and this ministry touches everything, but very broadly. I say it all the time, but it's worth repeating. No country that shares a border with another country can unilaterally police or secure or safeguard that border. That's why we enter into relationships and MOUs that will help us. Those who persist in engaging in illegal activities within and around our territory have obliged us to step up activities to secure our borders. The ministry, through its Legal Affairs Division, supports the work of the Ministry of National Security and plays a coordinating role with domestic and international partners on matters relating to human rights, crime and security, migration, and the implementation of international obligations under treaties and agreements to which the Bahamas is a state party. Technical inter-ministerial committees were launched in the current fiscal year on provision to attend ongoing committee meetings as incorporated in this new budget. Our attendance at these meetings is deemed necessary so that we can continue the process of leading technical talks with the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Turks and Caicos Islands, which we call the TCI. And these committees are added to already mature consultation mechanisms we have in place to discuss migration with Cuba. We also commenced discussion on preparing a border-to-border memorandum, or an MOU, with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Cuban Border Control, a discussion that will continue during the new fiscal year. These committees comprise a cross-section of experts from the Ministry of National Security, namely the RBDF and the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Immigration Department, and Office of the Attorney General, Agriculture and Fisheries, Tourism, Youth, Sports and Culture, and personnel from relevant civil society groups. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to commend, through its ambassador, the government of Cuba for the tremendous support it gave to the Bahamas in helping to protect our borders from illegal fishing. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, since 1980s, when Flamingo was tragically sunk, we have progressed to the point in our relations with Cuba whereby Dominican poachers who are stealing our resources are no longer untouchable, as they used to be when they attempt to flee apprehension by running into Cuban waters. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker, when we came to office? Every opportunity the Prime Minister got to engage with the President of Cuba, he raised with him that this is a challenge for us, and we share a common space. It is against international law. It is not right that Dominican fishers could drift into Bahamian territorial waters and fish, and then as soon as we seek to apprehend them through the Defense Force, they run over into Cuban territorial space. Knowing that that incident of 1980 still loomed big over us, I call it the ghost of Flamingo. And so, quite sensibly, Defense Force officers were challenged to just continue. This is illegal, without an agreement for hot pursuit. I did the same thing with the foreign minister every time I saw him. And then I did the same thing with the minister from the Dominican Republic. I told him, brother, the laws are going to be enforced strictly. We will no longer sit by and allow people to remove our resources unchallenged. No longer. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of our independence, we received from the Cuban government 3 Dominican vessels. 3 Dominican vessels that were fleeing capture in the Bahamas. You know how we did it? I asked the Prime Minister's permission to engage the Cuban government deliberately. And the foreign minister answered me. And he said, what is your challenge? I said, we are in hot pursuit of 3. And he said, I will search them out. And he did. And he called me back and he said, I have them. Where do you want them? I said, hold on right there. And I called the Prime Minister, this happened on a Saturday, you know. And I called the Prime Minister and I said, we have them. Shall I bring them? He said, bring them. Bring them.
Bring them in.
And we brought them. That happened for the first time in the history of an independent Bahamas.
Bring them in, eh? Bring them in. Bring them in.
And they, I believe, most of whom are still incarcerated. And the vessels sunk or destroyed.
You can't be guessing the Indian captured or not.
Well, sometimes, you know, they save the sinners and they go.
You can't be vitiating here, man.
They save the sinners and they go.
You're the senior man. You come from South Andrews, all rallied up, eh?
And so, Mr. Speaker,
Trying to distract.
we will continue to work diplomatically and otherwise to mitigate this intrusion upon our territory and upon the resources of the Bahamas. We will continue to do so. And I don't know how anybody believe I could possibly be challenged from doing so. I spend my life doing it, trying to protect the sovereign integrity of the Bahamas.
Let them get away.
How you could possibly believe that we will allow these people to come in our country and fish and go back unscathed, especially if we could find them.
Run them down.
And so we will continue to work out MOUs with the Dom Rep, and we will continue to strengthen our collaboration with Cuba to mitigate this issue. As it relates to Turks and Caicos, we will work to bring together expertise from both our countries to collaborate on an effective border control regime for our mutual benefit. We will endeavor to put in place a mechanism for frequent high-level political dialogue and establish a working group to undertake technical talks to formulate memorandums of understanding to incorporate elements to support mutual solutions to illegal migration, comprehensive border management system relating to border control, inclusive of mutual assistance and cooperation and other matters of mutual interest, bringing together experience and expertise from two jurisdictions. Illegal migration from Haiti, Mr. Speaker, continues to be a challenge for us. Following the meeting in early 2018 between Prime Minister Menes and President Moïse of Haiti, we immediately reached out to the Haitian authorities to get a follow-up mechanism in place. However, it's been difficult to work in a meaningful way on what the two heads agreed due to the ongoing unrest and instability in Haiti. From 2018 until now, there have been multiple mass demonstrations, at least 2 overhauls of the cabinet, and changes in key personnel in government ministries. Despite these challenges, we continue to work with the government of Haiti in a collaborative manner. Our Inter-Ministerial Committee is prepared to address the items agreed upon by our Prime Minister and the President of Haiti once the situation stabilizes in Haiti and we know with whom we're required to work. It is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that we put in place such measures to prevent and discourage Haitian economic migrants from coming to the Bahamas unchecked. Mr. Speaker, recently in my constituency, 31 souls perished while making a treacherous journey from Haiti by sea to the Bahamas. Fortunately, 18 persons survived that journey. However, it's believed that there were as many as 80 souls on that vessel, and we can only assume the worst. Bahamas and Haiti worked together assiduously to bring speedy resolution to the situation. We don't need any more of these tragic events. And so we continue at every opportunity to say to Haitian nationals and the Haitian government, Haitians should remain at home instead of risking their lives on these unseaworthy boats that put their very lives at risk. So I take this opportunity to convey my immense pride in the law enforcement officers, the local authorities under the leadership of the administrator in Abaco, and volunteers of the local community who went above and beyond the call of duty to help with the rescue efforts and to bring that matter to a successful closure. With respect to the matter of trafficking in persons, the ministry, by the Trafficking in Persons or TIPS Committee, works closely with the Ministry of National Security, the OAG, and other agencies of the government to coordinate international meetings and strengthen regional cooperation. In a similar manner, we work closely with international partners. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has ensured training in trafficking matters. The staff of the Consular Division and the Passport Office and plans, Mr. Speaker, to develop continual training diplomatic and consular officers at home and abroad so that we can address these very important issues. Mr. Speaker, I move now to our delimitation and maritime matters. As members are aware, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for oversight excuse me, and management of our maritime boundary negotiations. Within the ministry, this task lies with our maritime division. It serves as the policy advisory unit on law of the sea-related matters, as well as the Secretariat for the Maritime Boundary Delimitation Committee. The Delimitation Committee exists to negotiate on behalf of the government of the Bahamas satisfactory conclusions of maritime boundaries with the United States of America, the United Kingdom, on behalf of the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Republic of Haiti. In April 2018, the committee resumed boundary negotiations with the government of the United States in Washington, D.C. The April 2018 technical discussions were followed by a formal round of negotiations held in the Bahamas from the 11th to the 13th of June 2018. Detailed updates on this process have been previously provided to the Cabinet of the Bahamas. The Cabinet has endorsed the work of the Delimitation Committee and asked them to proceed with negotiations. Negotiations thus far have engendered a noticeably improved spirit of collegiality and collaboration between our two countries. Additionally, as a direct outcome of these discussions, the U.S. government agreed to and followed through on a promise to rescind a letter of protest previously submitted to the United Nations Commission on the Outer Limits of the Continental Shelf against the Bahamas' submission to that body for an extended continental shelf claim. This accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the fruitful and collaborative manner in which the Bahamas and the United States have resumed discussions, as the United States of America has never withdrawn such an objection that was lodged in that commission. The fact that the Bahamas was able to achieve such a feat speaks to the cohesive and coordinated manner in which all relevant government agencies work together to achieve a common goal, and the important role the committee and division play in developing the Bahamas' strategy as it pertains to maritime negotiations. The Boundary Committee, even as it negotiates with the U.S., continues to keep the remaining two countries, Haiti and TCI, squarely within its purview and intend to initiate discussions with those countries. The ultimate success of these negotiations, however, hinges on the ministry having ready access to sufficient financial and human resources that would allow the committee to identify and utilize the advantage, necessary technology, and human expertise. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of maritime boundary delimitation, which is essential to the full realization of the resources potential of the Bahamas as a sovereign state, and one of the only 5 recognized archipelagic states in the world. As it relates to the International Maritime Organization, we have been successful in securing the country's re-election for membership in this organization for the past 2 decades. Of note, we thank the Ministry of Transport for their collaborative effort in this regard. Although the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not immediately responsible for the budget of this activity, there are some responsibilities that fall within our remit, such as lobbying and negotiating efforts, which will call for appointment of a maritime attaché to our mission in London. And so we're looking at a diplomat who will have carriage for constant lobbying and be clothed in all diplomatic vestures to help us to regain our place on this very important seat, which seeks to maintain our ship registry.
I'll be watching closely to it.
You had one there before, you're fired.
Who that was? Oh. You mean Binus? Yeah, he's still there. In my role as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've used every opportunity to convey to the global community that resilience must become a way of life, as natural disasters profoundly impact each aspect of our existence. I'm not being dismissive, I'm being pragmatic. I'm trying to go through, I only got 2 hours. I only got 2 hours, I could use 3. I only got 2 hours. I'm not being dismissive. And Binus know I love him, I know him personally. He used to teach me. Yeah, he used to teach in Spring City. Abaco Central Light.
Okay, fine. Like how you're going to tell us what it is to do about it. Go on.
I'm not saying that. Through effective collaboration partnerships at local, regional, and international levels, we are better positioned to prepare and recover from natural disasters. What my time look like there? That's all?
Answer by this question.
I previously reported to this August House that in January 2019, Romania invited Caribbean foreign ministers to an international conference on building resilience to natural disasters. During that meeting, Romania established diplomatic relations with the Caribbean community for this purpose. Romania currently holds the rotating presidency of the EU and reiterated its interest in supporting CARICOM via a cooperation program. Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of April, while in Miami, at the invitation of the United States government, Caribbean foreign ministers participated in a ministerial meeting for the U.S.-Caribbean Resilience Partnership. The partnership was launched at the end of the meeting and took into account the need to strengthen relations between the U.S. and the Caribbean. Likewise, this partnership involves the advancement of shared interests between the United States and the Caribbean to achieve greater resilience to natural disasters. Further, the partnership also involves initiatives such as understanding risk and enabling action, building resilient communities, and improving disaster response. It will also address the need for collaboration and cooperation against climate change and on building of resilience to various natural disasters, which are becoming more ferocious and more frequent. Resilience, Mr. Speaker, must become a way of life for us in the Bahamas. It is nonsensical to experience a massive hurricane with significant loss and damage, and then just to go back and rebuild again. This is indeed a futile cycle. We've been going through it for too long. It is through efforts such as these that we can build effective collaboration and partnership at the local, regional, and international levels to support resilient building initiatives. Through the sharing of resources and the best practices for knowledge, exchange, and capacity building. This was the message that I brought to the two resilience meetings in Bucharest, Romania, and in Miami, respectively, and at a recent meeting convened in Germany, May 28 through 29, for countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The persistent clarion call we have made for focus on resilience has been heard by our partners in the developed world. We are getting the message out, slowly but surely, that we need to build more resilient societies rather than remain in the vicious cycle of destruction and restoration where there is a major weather event. Germany, who will preside over the European Union for the latter half of 2020, has pledged to the Caribbean region that it would elevate discussion on climate change and its impact on small island developing states during its campaign for a seat on the UN Security Council. In keeping its promise, Germany has elevated the discussion on this same and has established the Group of Friends on Climate and Security in New York, together with Nauru and partners from around the world. Those bodies serve as an important informal mechanism to discuss a range of ideas to combat climate change. Moreover, it pledges to combat climate change. Germany is urgently calling for international action and joint initiatives to reduce greenhouse emissions and its effects, decrease deforestation, adaptation to the changes that will soon be felt by the people around the world, strategic alliances and global partnerships with a view to promoting suitable joint action, a special focus to support climate adaptation in countries most vulnerable to its effects, including Caribbean and the Central American region. As was the case in Romania, Caribbean ministers had the opportunity to discuss financial resiliency with the German Financial State Secretary. During this meeting, issues pertinent to correspondent banking and de-risking, blacklisting and anti-money laundering and combating terrorism were raised and thoroughly discussed. Most noteworthy emphasis was placed on the adverse actions of developed countries in these areas and resultant impact that is experienced in small countries such as ours. The label harmful or non-cooperative jurisdiction is more acutely felt, we said to them, by these small island developing states that are vulnerable countries to these large countries. Representative countries highlighted the huge efforts taken to change legislation and rules to comply with the restrictions imposed by the EU, European Commission, and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. However, the goalpost continues to move, we explained to them. You know, we often hear that we rule and govern by external forces. We hear that a lot in this place. My friend from St. Kitts said to me, he said, Darren, last Christmas Eve, I found myself in Parliament. Yeah. Trying to get my laws right because of the onerous burdens put on us by these European countries. So it's not only us. No, Mark Brantley. And so when these narratives that says, you know, oh, this government, just external forces just control with every no. We're trying to secure a very lucrative industry in the Bahamas, one where Bahamians make a relatively decent living. And we don't want to be known, and we say to them, you know, we don't want to be known as a harmful tax jurisdiction. We just want to know what the rules are and stop moving the goalposts. Stop changing the rules every time we try to comply. That's all we say to them. And sometimes we say you send out emails on weekends or just before a holiday, and then you hold us accountable, you know, which is not right. We discussed the possible adverse impact of de-risking on tourism. This is the point that I made. I said, listen, we depend on correspondent banking in tourism. As good as our economy is doing in tourism now, you know, blacklisting and anti-money laundering and combating terrorism, we're not trying to subvert any laws, right? If a tourist wants to book online, as my friend here from Freetown now have them doing in lots of fashion, and they can't find a corresponding bank in the Bahamas that will take that online transaction and corresponding payment for the Bahamas, then we have problems. And so we can't play around when these countries who control these huge banks say that you have to look at these things because there's too much at risk. They do. They have these standards. They have these standards that don't comport. But when a tourist in Nebraska or in India puts his credit card number in to make a payment that he's coming to Atlantis or he's going down to Abaco to Treasure Keep, we need that payment to be made. So we have to do what we need to do to remain compliant and stop with these false narrative that we just kowtowing to foreigners. That's not true. We're doing what responsible governments do. We don't do nothing and then they blacklist us and then...
They're the first to jump up.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah. So they're looking after the people.
And so we expressed that to them. And we will continue to do so. We believe we found a sympathetic ear in Germany. However, the reality is that these countries are focusing on their own national interests, including the protection of their tax regimes. And so fortunately, the last blacklisting imposed by the EC, or the Economic Commission, was overturned by the European Council. You know, they tried to blacklist us, the Council, just before they had those elections. And then the Commission come back and tell them no. The Commission tried and the Council came back and tell them no. You can't do that. Stand down on that. So we believe they're hearing us. We believe they understand the consequences of these activities on our economies. And nobody wants to harm, if you harm the economy of the Bahamas, you make a vulnerable state, and then what happens? We can try to find somewhere else to go. And we don't want to do that. We want to remain at home and grow this country, grow the economy. That's what we want to do. And so it's a mutual benefit when we can find cooperation and work together in these instances to find an amenable way. In this vein, Mr. Speaker, a promising sign is that work underway in the context of the OECD on making development cooperation work for small island developing states. In this work, it is stated, and I quote, we are all affected by what happens to small island developing states. The strength of their economies, people, and land brings shared prosperity for everyone. Small island developing states are the custodians of the oceans that connect the world. At the same time, the families that live on these islands hold the front line against the impact of natural disasters. These threats are increasing as a result of the climate change for which we all bear responsibility. Small island developing states are placed at the center of a vicious cycle of high vulnerability and low growth. In response, development cooperation for this group of countries requires a unique strategy that is tailored to building long-term resilience against external blows. That's what happens when you come early. St. Hans, you get in some stuff. So, Mr. Speaker, on technical cooperation and assistance, but just before I move to that point, I would like to publicly congratulate the Prime Minister and his administration on the funding measures taken toward disaster response. You know, we recognize that after you make your plans, right, and you have a vicious hurricane come and displace your plans, you on this like a hamster wheel. And thank God, you know, He's kept us. He's kept us, we've been able to survive. And you heard from the Minister of Tourism today that because we had not been touched, even though we lament with our brothers and sisters who were, we move forward. And so, through the Prime Minister's initiative, we entered into a hurricane contingency loan with the IDB. I think it's for 100 million. What that means is that we have 100 million in escrow in the event, just waiting. 100 million in escrow, just waiting, that the IDB ain't charging us nothing on, just waiting in case we're hit. And we could immediately go to the 100 million and draw down and begin recovery.
And account for it.
But you know, number two, we introduced this dormant account legislation. They laugh at us. The dormant account legislation, which allows the use of funds in extinguished dormant accounts to be used for disaster relief funding. So all these millions and millions and millions of dollars nobody claiming, sitting in the central bank, right? And so we say, look, if we get hit, we ain't gonna go borrowing no money. That's what the Prime Minister's initiative was with the dormant accounts, you know. Because we live in a hurricane belt. We live in a place where you are likely to be hit by hurricane. You are likely. And we didn't stop there, you know. What we did is we have now continued with the CRIF, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. But I expect no less from a leader who would evacuate the whole southern Bahamas.
Oh, I was a part of that.
I expect no less.
That was something else for it.
You hear me, South Beach? I expect no less.
That was off the chain. Yeah, that was a part of that too.
And so, Mr. Speaker, we have in place now, we are positioned now that we don't have to go scurrying about with hat in hand, right? God forbid, if we come upon an instance where we might need to. And so now I want to move to technical assistance. Technical assistance received by the Bahamas is necessarily channeled through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, there's a small yet significant portion that we manage. The ministry facilitates training scholarship offers by way of technical cooperation and assistance programs through our bilateral and multilateral relations. We receive training and scholarship opportunities from international and regional organizations and from countries with whom we have diplomatic ties. The offers are quite diverse and cover a range of issues. With emphasis placed on priority interest for capacity building. In the past, the Bahamas has received offerings in the areas of environmental and waste management, disaster risk reduction, natural resources and renewable energy, agriculture, naval science, radiation, architecture, surveillance, law of the sea and marine sustainability, police and defense training, aviation, and civil engineering. And scholarships are often in the form of courses, seminars, and workshops, professional exchanges, and fellowships and national development projects with the provision of consultants, materials, or equipment. The offers are normally both for the public service and for the general public. We have generally circulated the office within the public service and to the general public, and we do so via our website and social media pages in the Family Islands, via the administrator's office. In the future, mass media and social media will be used to disseminate scholarship information to the widest audience possible. The ministry acts as a facilitator for applicants for short-term courses and scholarships. Applicants are usually required to apply online directly to the offering entity or the country. At no time does the ministry ever ask for a fee to process these offers. Fees, if any, are paid directly to the offering entity. So if you see online that the OAS or someone is offering you a course, and someone attaches that there's a fee that you should pay, and that should go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are not telling the truth. And we know what goes on in that space. And so, you know, call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they'll point you in the right direction where you can get the information, because sometimes, as we indicated earlier, erroneous information is placed online. The ministry seeks to ensure that not only do we accept offers from countries and organizations, but we have also met with other ministers to ensure that we search for offers that are in alignment with our national training priorities, the resultant courses offerings being closely tied to the national development plans and goals of our country. In collaboration with the government of France, we hope to have Alliance, how do you say that? Francois? Who's the French? Alliance Francois returned to the Bahamas during the course of the fiscal year. In the past year, the ministry was offered for the first time a scholarship for diplomatic training from Romania. On consular services, Mr. Speaker, the ministry's consular division is in the front line assisting Bahamian nationals in distress, and assisting foreign nationals in distress, in managing deportations in conjunction with the Department of Immigration, authenticating documents and issuance of visas. During the period of July 2018 to April 2019, there were 148 Bahamian nationals deported home, 6,766 documents that were apostilled or legalized, and 3,329 visas were issued. Approximately $793,680 in revenue was collected during the period of July. During the period. December 2018, during the period July to December 2018, $458,050 were collected. And for the period January to March 2019, well, I think I'm repeating that. I will indicate the projected revenue for the consular services shortly. I don't know if I can get to that. Visas. You know, in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Department of Immigration, we made a decision during 2018 to waive the visa requirement for Indian nationals who hold Canadian, US, UK, or Schengen visas, as well as Indian nationals who are permanent residents of these countries. I'm advised that this resulted in a marked increase in arrivals of Indian nationals, a category of persons with significant purchasing power and who tend to spend. We didn't want to wake him up no more, right? Who tend to spend a longer time in the country when they take their vacations. The visa requirement was also waived for the holders of diplomatic and official passports from both of our countries.
All them Indians resident in America.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I read something someplace where the individual who formerly held this office that I hold now indicated that the Prime Minister failed in not stopping the United States from imposing their new visa. Yeah, you know, I can't understand it though. I mean, I just, this what they say. This what they say. Say the Prime Minister of the Bahamas failed the Bahamians by not stopping, you know, this is how I put it in my words now, by not stopping the Americans from imposing new visa restrictions. Now, here's what I want to say about that. And I have to touch that. I don't like to be controversial, but I have to touch that. Right? You speaking about a policy that the United States of America placed universally, globally, all over the world. Wasn't just for Bahamians. Another thing that you need to recognize is that we live in a world now where people want to cause you harm. People want to cause you harm. Terrorists are rife in the world. And every country has a proprietary right to place whatever kind of restrictions that it will on its visa requirements. Every country.
Trying to get the nomination.
But what I found so amazing about that is the fact that the Bahamas has 2 pre-clearance sites. One in Nassau and one in Grand Bahama, which requires no visa for a Bahamian with a police record and passport to walk through the pre-clearance site and into the United States of America. I don't know. Now, how many countries in the world do you know outside of the Bahamas? So Jinx, I don't just know. Outside, I mean, how many countries in the world do you know that can travel to the United States of America without a visa on a police record? On a police record. Because we have pre-clearance sites. So that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate to attribute something like that to the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
This is the fellow that used to stand on the podium with people in England.
Very unfortunate.
That one? The flip-flop.
And so, and look here. Another thing I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for saying, look here. I don't mean that at you like that, right?
Make sure you get him straight.
But to continue to compare the Bahamas visas requirements with that of the United States is also unfair, you know? Because there's always this cry that we should have reciprocity, right? And as Americans can travel here freely, Bahamians should be able to travel there freely. Well, that may be the view of some people. But the reality is that we how many tourists we get from the United States of America?
80%.
80% of the tourists that we get in this country annually comes from the United States of America. 8 out of 10. Now we heard here this morning that tourism is our go-to bread and butter. And doing well.
Thanks to...
And doing well. So why would we want to put restrictions or intimate reciprocity when we want the tourists to come here? And so you know what we're doing in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker? We're looking at how many more countries we could find who hold these US, UK, Canadian or Schengen visas.
Yes.
Man, be open for business. Be open for business. We want tourists to come here.
They got them visas, why not?
That's what we're looking for.
Yes, makes sense.
And with the technology that we have now, you put them in the system and people know who they are long before they leave the house. As soon as you book the ticket.
They have an American visa, why not US visa?
We ought not be making it difficult for people to come to the Bahamas. I talked to my Barbadian colleague the other day, who said, I said to him, look, I'm looking at this thing, but how we could lift some of these visas restrictions to get more people to come to the Bahamas. And he said to me, he said, look, Minister, he said, I just lift all. So I said, what you say? He said, I lifted all.
Yeah, that's I agree with you.
He said, we in the tourism business. I said, boy, you're thinking right.
Yes, absolutely.
I understand what the man's saying. We in the tourism business. We should not make it difficult for people to come here, but we have a particular geostrategic position that we have to be careful of. Because we're right next door to the most powerful country in the world, and people like to go there. And so we have to be a little bit more restrictive than those who are further south. All right? But as much as we can in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, we can find ways to put more heads in beds in these hotels.
Thank you.
That the Minister of Tourism, and he just helped me with these things, you know.
Yeah, man. I right there.
We sit down and talk, and I shoot him a note, and I say, listen,
Shoulder
what
to
you think about this? Smart fella. Shoot me one right back and say, look, this is what we need to be looking at here and there. I say, well, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that part. Let's work this out. And that's how we do the business, collaboratively, so that we can improve the economy of the Bahamas. The ministry is also preparing a launch of an e-visa system. I'm not going to say any date, very soon. I'm not going to say any date. You say these, all right, very soon. The introduction of this system will contribute to the efficient consular services increase and the ease of doing business and mitigate fraud.
You taught me that.
Mr. Speaker, the whole Bahamas knows that the Passport Office has received negative publicity in recent times. The Passport Office has always been challenged with providing services in a building that is not purpose-built. I'm advised that the influx of renewal of applications due to the 10th year anniversary of the first e-passport, coupled with new applications, and persons now renewing their manual passports, have compounded the challenges faced. Despite the challenges, Mr. Speaker, I go places sometime, and I hear people say to me, you have challenges there, but you have good people. There are some people who are working very hard. Despite the challenges, staff at the Passport Office remain committed in executing their tasks in an expeditious manner to meet public demand. Likewise, there are ongoing improvements to the e-passport system in an effort to remain current with standardized biometric systems globally while enhancing the service provided to the public. The Canadian banknote CBN Company Limited is a leading company in secure technology solutions. It's contracted to upgrade the country's existing e-passport system. In October 2018, CBN conducted the user acceptance test. Passport Office in conjunction with the Treasury to identify challenges that may exist or arise when using the system and to assess the online direct payment process. Concerns and issues observed during the testing were addressed by CBN. Subsequently, the user acceptance test, or the UAT, was deemed successful, and all relevant agencies have signed off on the certificate. Of note, testing of the electronic application process for the renewal of adult e-passport commenced on the 13th of May, 2019. The testing is being done in a closed environment. So half an hour. The functionality and platform has proven to be working well despite few anomalies, which will be resolved. With certainty that the platform is functioning at full capacity, the Passport Office will go live with the platform, and Bahamians will be allowed to complete renewal applications online, we hope, very shortly. It is anticipated the public's utilization of the electronic application for e-passport renewal would alleviate some of the overcrowding currently occurring at the Passport Office. The timely collection of passport remains a problem at the office. As of the 22nd of May, 2019, there were a total of 1,277 passports that were not collected by applicants. Nonetheless, staff at the Passport Office continue to process applications and produce documents in a timely manner. Most noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, plans are currently underway to install the EPIC system or kiosk at strategic locations in New Providence and Grand Bahama. The installation of these systems will allow persons to complete and submit electronic applications for passport renewals without having to visit the Passport Office. It's anticipated the utilization of the kiosks will significantly decrease the current overcrowding of the Passport Office. Likewise, plans remain firm to install an EPIC system in several of our family islands. These are namely Exuma, the Central Eleuthera, Long Island, and Nagua. The installation of this system will allow persons in these and neighboring islands to submit applications for new passports and passport renewals without having to travel to the capital. Each of these islands will have assigned agents to the passport office to receive applications and perform interviews for new applicants. The approval of applications and production of passports will be completed at the passport office in New Providence. All passports will be forwarded to the agents by a courier for the issuance of applicants. As of 1st of July 2018 to 24th of May 2019, passport revenue stands at $1,482,350. From January 2019 to 24th of May 2019, total revenue collected thus far is $824,650. They're doing a good job down at the passport office. They're doing the best in inadequate circumstances. And it's my job to get them better circumstances to work in. And I won't stop until we find them. On hemispheric affairs, Mr. Speaker, at the hemispheric level, we continue to be faced with challenges posed to the maintenance of peace, security, and stability. The manner whereby we, as a nation, and participatory member states and hemispheric bodies, such as the OAS and Community of Latin America and Caribbean states, confront to substantively address these challenges remain crucial. On 26th through 29th of June, I will be leading a delegation. We can be finished here, right? I will be leading a delegation. Yeah, boss, I heard your instruction. We'll be finished here so I can travel. Not before then. I'll be leading a delegation to the 49th OAS General Assembly in Colombia. This will be followed by the first Colombia-CARICOM Ministerial Summit to be held on the 29th of June. It is anticipated that the unresolved political situation in Venezuela will dominate the discussion at the Assembly. It will be incumbent upon the Bahamas to remain resolute, stand firm on its previous positions on this matter. As for Venezuela, the most recent update is that under the auspices of Norway, both sides have been meeting, Maduro and Guaido, and according to reputable sources, the talks have been amicable, and there have been no more recent actions or resolutions at the OAS or elsewhere. With respect to CELAC, you know, Venezuelans have migrated from Venezuela by the millions. They are now impacting the Caribbean region. More than 3.5 million, and it is expected. What we are concerned about is something that the Prime Minister indicated at all levels, but all those that he met with, is not a traditional one in Venezuela, but as the Minister of Health has indicated before, based on results that he has, the Prime Minister is concerned about a war of diseases, because we appreciate that Venezuelans have not been immunized, as stated by international bodies in this region, and we have to protect our industries, and we have to protect our people. So we can't sit idly by and stay out of big people business as they tell us to do. We are a sovereign state. We have a voice to speak, especially being on the Human Rights Council. People are suffering. There's no food, there's no medicine, and that's being blocked. Something has to be done. And so we believe that we took the principled position by saying, let's do something about this, not just sit and allow this position to maintain. Right? With respect to CELAC, the community has a new pro tempore presidency for 2019, and Bolivia has resumed its work following a dormant period due to internal political and ideological challenges. The first meeting of the national coordinators is set to be discussed. The work plan in 2019-2020 was held on 24th of April 2019 in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. The Bahamas was represented at this meeting. The principal meetings of which focus attention should be given, and of which the Bahamas should be represented, are those of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of CELAC and CELAC EU foreign ministers, as well as the summit of heads of state and government proposed for early 2020 in Bolivia. The Bahamas' physical presence in any country of the hemisphere remains negligible. There is a need for more engagement, integration, and wider outreach. The appointment of His Excellency Mr. C.A. Smith is non-resident ambassador for the Bahamas to the 5 countries of Central America, namely Costa Rica, Guatemala, El Salvador, Panama, and Nicaragua, is a positive step in that direction. Serious consideration, however, should be given to the establishment of a physical presence in one of the countries in the hemisphere that plays a significant role in the work of international and hemispheric bodies such as the UN or the OAS. We are seriously looking at Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. These are countries that ought to be considered. We are considering Minister of Finance, just considering Prime Minister, for the establishment of an office. Of note, several of our CARICOM sister states have long-standing physical presence in these countries and are reaping the benefits in a number of areas, such as technical and infrastructural assistance. Mr. Speaker, we in our manifesto said that we will introduce a diaspora database and skills bank. The ministry has made significant inroads towards the establishment of our diaspora engagement program. In the past year, you've heard that both the Prime Minister and myself speak about our vision to engage Bahamians living abroad in the national development goals of the Bahamas. We have repeatedly pledged our commitment to utilizing the gifts and resourcefulness of the Bahamian diaspora around the world. To date, we've conferred with the International Organization of Migration in several countries in the region to employ best practices in the development of our diaspora program. Championed by colleagues in the Bahamas mission to the United States in conjunction with the Office of the Ambassador at Large, Dr. Kenya Ward, at the ministry's headquarters, the launch of this significant tool for development in our country is scheduled later for this year. Like other countries that have successfully done so, we will cultivate and utilize the expertise of the Bahamian diaspora. We are currently creating a database of Bahamians overseas, which the country can tap into for potential investors and consultants. For example, if there's not a local Bahamian consultant available in a given area, the priority will be to locate a Bahamian overseas instead of first using a non-Bahamian consultant. The diaspora program features an overseas council of the Bahamian diaspora, which will liaise with the ministry's headquarters and utilize social media and a dedicated website that will help to produce a database and platform for the communication with Bahamian overseas. The Overseas Council may also promote investment and job opportunities for Bahamians wishing to return to and or work in the Bahamas. The Council will also promote ways that Bahamians overseas can network and assist with educational and diverse community-minded projects that will benefit the Bahamas, more specifically, young Bahamians. We intend to create a global network of Bahamians to help boost national development for a 21st century Bahamas. Likewise, we will continue to promote investment opportunities for Bahamians living and working outside of the Bahamas. The establishment of the Office of the Spouse of the Prime Minister. The Office of the Spouse of the Prime Minister is a nonpartisan office that was officially launched on the 21st of March. The establishment of the office was based upon CARICOM decision in fulfilling the mandate for support of women and advancement of specific initiatives, including the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals of various regional and international organizations. To date, the Office of the Spouse has partnered with several organizations in advancing this mandate. In parallel with these partnerships, the office has launched several of its own initiatives to address national issues of importance, including issues relative to health, wellness, education, and the empowerment of women and adolescent girls. The office is an advocate for promoting education and awareness as it relates to these areas, thereby fulfilling the objectives of the Spouse of the Caribbean Leaders Action Network, or SCLAN, and the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. As an executive member of SCLAN, Mrs. Minnis is committed to working with the First Ladies and spouses of heads of government of the Caribbean community to champion the CARIWAC initiative. CARIWAC is the Caribbean's response to the United Nations UN Every Woman, Every Child Global Initiative 2010. The initiative has received support from CARICOM, the United Nations Populations Fund, and other UN agencies. SCLAN has also forged a strong partnership with Gilead Sciences Incorporated to advance this initiative. In parallel with this collaboration, the office
endeavors to place priority on national issues that are negatively impacting the health and well-being of Bahamians. These national issues include increased incidences of non-communicable diseases, such as obesity, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. During the past year, the office has made a significant contribution to the Bahamian people through several ongoing projects. On 23rd of July 2018, the office led a team of mentors and girls to Ambassadors Change for Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. The conference was hosted by Ambassadors for Change Incorporated, which is an international organization that promotes change through education and empowerment. The work and relevance of the office is being realized through its participation in Clothesline Project, a gender-based violence program that calls for attention to violence against women. The office continues to promote gender-based violence awareness through its visitations. Mr. Speaker, on our international relations, we are not alone in our national endeavors. We in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs work in coordinated fashion with all other ministries and agencies of the government, with international partners, at critical junctures in the foreign relations of the Bahamas. The government of the Bahamas had to make important decisions to the benefit of the country and to our people. The ministry will be proposing a list of countries which the Bahamas should consider for official bilateral relations, although there are no immediate budgetary implications of funds would have to be made available in administrative arrangements, namely office supplies, printing, or official documentation and honorary councils to represent the interests of the Bahamas in these new locales. To date, when I come to North Abaco, to date, there's ongoing communication between ministry officials and the British government pertinent to the reopening. This is very important. We're trying to get this done. If we get this done, that means our kids don't have to travel to Jamaica to get their visas to go back to school in London. And so we're really trying to get this done.
You get the British Embassy back here?
We're trying to get this done. And so to date, there is ongoing communication between ministry officials and the British government. I know you would like this, pertinent to the reopening of a British High Commission in the Bahamas. Further, the ministry continues to anticipate the appointment of a new U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas. We established a diplomatic mission in Brussels. As a small country, we understand the need to prioritize the manner of our expenditure. But with further understanding that we need a strategic position if we are going to remain viable. So the Bahamas established its missions overseas in various limited ways. I want to tell you about what we did in Brussels, and I want to tell you why. Bahamas has strategically placed its mission, the resultant physical presence in key regions, namely Beijing, Havana, London. We know where these are: Port-au-Prince, Washington, Ottawa, and so on. Of note, a very methodical approach was taken to establish our office in Brussels. In subsequent presence in the seat of the EU, we realized that it was no longer feasible to address or defend ourselves from certain matters of critical importance to us as a nation from the capital. More specifically, you heard me talk about blacklisting and the rest of it, and trade negotiations. To this end, the Brussels office was established to promote and protect the economic interests of the Bahamas relative to trade, investment, and financial services. The office is currently headed by a veteran banking expert, Her Excellency Ms. Maria O'Brien. Ambassador O'Brien presented her letters of credence to the King of Belgium on the 13th of March 2019. And I am hopeful that she and her team will represent us well and protect our interests. Yeah, I got it. All I got here is stuff. Starting now. The ministry is pleased to provide, Mr. Speaker, critical support to the Utilities Regulation and Competition Authority, IRCA, that led to the Bahamas' election as one of 48 countries to the ITU Council in November 2018. This is the first time the Bahamas will serve on this body as one of 9 members of the region A of the Council. We are the only member of CARICOM to hold the position in 12 years. It is a significant undertaking for our country and a critical opportunity for representation of the Caribbean region and SIDS around the world. The Bahamas will focus particularly on issues of importance to SIDS, such as ICT's role in addressing climate change, disaster preparedness, and management and ICT development in rural remote areas. The U.S., Mr. Speaker, remains an important ally in the fight to protect our borders and to prevent illegal activities of all types. The U.S. Coast Guard and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Department of Immigration continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, being kept in the loop on all aspects of cooperation, including the monitoring and processing of migrants interdicted in Bahamian waters. Of note, we work closely with the Department of Immigration for the eventual repatriation of those who have entered our jurisdiction unlawfully. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Tourism, facilitated the resumption of negotiations with the U.S. for a bilateral aeronautical and maritime search, air, and rescue draft, or an SAR agreement, on the 13th to the 14th of June, 2018. The goal is to formalize the agreement in an effort to strengthen relations and cooperation between both countries with a view to developing a text for a new SAR agreement. These discussions will resume during the new fiscal year. The governments of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the United States of America also resumed negotiations regarding the management of the Bahamas Flight Information Region on the 15th to the 16th of May 2018. The purpose of the bilateral talks was to formalize the current arrangement with an agreement that would detail the conditions under which the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, would continue to manage that portion of the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, presently under its control, which would secure additional revenue for the country. We expect these discussions to resume in the future. I think the minister spoke to that this morning. On August 8, 2018, the Bahamas signed the 8th Amendment to the Letter of Agreement on Narcotics Control and Law Enforcement, and simultaneously received $1.4 million from the United States of America to support anti-corruption efforts. The signing of this agreement is a testament to the strong partnership between the Bahamas and the United States in tackling corruption. On the 14th of May, 2019, Bahamas government signed an MOU with the U.S. Department of State Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs, and I'm sure the minister will speak more to this, to reestablish the Fulbright Scholarship Program for academically qualified Bahamians. The reestablishment of the program follows a 23-year hiatus, and so the Minister of Education will address this when he comes. One of the major highlights of the past year was our multilateral meeting with President Donald Trump. I was delighted to be a part of the Prime Minister's delegation with Caribbean leaders from the Dominican Republic, the Republic of Haiti, Jamaica, and St. Lucia. The occasion provided for a multilateral meeting with the United States President, Mr. Trump, at Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, Florida, a bilateral meeting with John Bolton, National Security Advisor for the United States. At this time, I wish to express gratitude to the U.S., as was done by the Prime Minister and the Minister, on the occasion, for the handover of the country's first state-of-the-art coastal radar system. This new capability will enhance our national security and can be utilized by all uniformed branches to combat crime, illegal migration. I think we need to appreciate, as the Americans do, I'm sure, that a more secure Bahamas speaks to a more secure United States of America. The People's Republic of China continues to be one of our partners, both nationally and internationally. During 5th through 10th November, I led a delegation participating in the first China International Import Expo in Shanghai. At the same time, the Minister of Tourism and Aviation, the Honorable Dionisio, Mr. Tourism de Aguilar, led high-level tourism officials and private sector partners were in Shanghai to promote tourism and investment. The Bahamas, during the 2-day trade mission, likewise, the industry partners, namely Atlantis, Bahama, you already addressed all of that stuff, so I'm just going to go right over that so I could get down to my constituency. Meetings were also held with Chinese industry leaders and partners to discuss further possibilities for joint investment, cooperation, development in the Bahamas. On the 21st of February of this year, the Bahamas participated in 7 rounds of consultations between China and 9 Caribbean countries with whom it has diplomatic relations. The meeting was held in Beijing. There were comprehensive discussions on a range of technical cooperation and assistance between China and those countries. The items discussed included education, technical and vocational training, language training, health and infrastructure building, both sides agreed to continue to deepening cooperation in these areas. I take this time to thank Ambassador Kwan for affording me, Minister of Tourism, Ambassador Quant, I'm sorry, I was in China, Ambassador Quant, for affording me and the Minister of Tourism the opportunity to meet with members of the Bahamian diaspora during our visit to Shanghai. We thank you, Ambassador. It was very instructive, and we certainly enjoyed the time. We continue to enjoy excellent relations with India, whose High Commissioner is based in Jamaica, and since 2018 we joined India in celebrating 2 Republic Days in the Bahamas. Republic Day commemorates a historical moment when the Constitution of India came into effect. We enjoy interacting with India. Most recently, some $100,000 was granted to the Bahamas to assist with infrastructure by that country. We will continue to participate and seek to deepen our relations with India. I now move to the constituency of North Abaco. Yes, that's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need. You know, Mr. Speaker,
Don't worry about it.
I want to begin by thanking the people of North Abaco again for allowing me to serve them in this illustrious place. I really appreciate their confidence. And you know, I heard the foreign minister say something that is very relevant to me. No, the Minister of Finance, I'm sorry. I ain't worried about him, man. That's my friend, that's my friend.
Talk, man, talk.
You know, my job takes me out of the country a lot, which means I'm unable to be at home in Abaco.
That's no excuse.
As much as I'd like to be.
No excuse.
But that's the life of a foreign minister. I run into a fella in Foxtown, minister. You know, Mr. Speaker, you got to stop my time if we carry on like this. Mr. Speaker, you got to stop my time. The press is now. The press is now. I want my constituents hear me now. I can't shout over this. Huh? Yeah. No, that on now. You know, and so, Mr. Speaker, my constituents and my family don't see me as often as they used to. But I continue to work hard. I continue to work hard overseas, representing our country and representing their interests, as I try to represent the interests of all Bahamians. Of all Bahamians. And I want to publicly thank Dr. Hadrick and his team from Florida Memorial University for traveling to my constituency last month with me to offer scholarships to a few of our qualified students. And I'm waiting to hear the results from that. I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to get some of these scholarships. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that social services, through their small home roof repairs program, impacted 45 homes in Abaco, North Abaco. 45 homes from Grand Key all the way up to Central Pine. 45 homes that were left undone with mere promises. But I also want to say to the Minister of Finance, we need more of that money to get some more homes done that are impacted. Right? The roadworks ongoing on the Sherland-Boodle Highway in the area of what used to be called the Sting Pond. We're going to have to find another name for that because the water is flowing now from side to side, right? From north to south, right? So when when I was younger, when you approaching the pond, you could smell it from a ways off. And when I approach Sting Pond now, I don't smell anything. I don't smell anything. And so now we have by doing this. Where's the Minister of Works? Where's the Minister of Works? By doing this, we have now restored the ecology in that area where the fish could come in the pond and with all the mangrove and breed and find its way back out to the ocean. And that's what we will continue to do all across the Bahamas. I have a date from the work, the contractor, but I won't give it. Soon. We're going to be ready soon. We're going to be ready soon. I'm also advised that work will begin reasonably soon on the Foxtown and Cooperstown clinics. I got that on good account. I'm pleased to announce that the complement of physicians for Abaco on the whole, right, which presently stands at 2, will be improved by 4. I think that's right, my brother. Hey, listen. That no, I mean the Minister of Health now. No, I mean my brother, the Minister of Health now. You got to hear me now. You're talking with people, but doctors, right? And we need them, right?
I know he did.
And so
You mentioned it in his speech. I understand. Don't forget that.
we will continue to support community initiatives aimed toward the holistic approach. Your word, Brother James. Holistic approach to the community and community building. And so we will continue to support our homecomings, one in Murphytown on this weekend, right? All the young people that travel to play sports and participate in Junkanoo, we like community-minded supporting of events. You know, when I came and I asked people in North Abaco to vote for me, I said, listen, I'm about building community. If there's an individual who you can help along the way, and God permits you to do so, you do. But our focus should be on building the community, the entire community, to the benefit of all of us, not just of some of us. And that's been my purpose and my goal since assuming this position. We are also very pleased in North Abaco for the VAT exemptions on the bread basket items. You know, people make light of that, but some people can use the exemptions, be able to go and shop and do a little bit more. We also very pleased for the VAT exemptions on the light bills, 300 and under, and the water and the refrigerators. I mean, that's a big thing for us. I'm really pleased about the fact that the fact that students from North Abaco and all over Abaco will be able to come to UB free in September, and as Family Island students will be able to get that $500 stipend to help support them. But before I take my seat, I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for housing. The Minister responsible for housing. Well, I know Southern Central can speak to what happened in Spring City. But we have 60 lots in Central Pines, 60 service lots in Central Pines that we are going to be disseminating very soon to North Abaco people. There are service lots with the utilities and everything in place, utility lots, right? With everything in place, and all they got to do is come, right? All they got to do is come, and you know what? They will be able to have 2 years to build on those lots duty-free. To be able to get their stuff in a container, put it on their property at a reasonable price, and build duty-free. I'm really proud to be a part of this government, North Abaco. We are also getting land from the government in very short order to address the issues of our graveyards in Central and further north in Little Abaco. We already identified land in Foxtown that we will be using for that purpose. We're just waiting on the proper surveying and release of that land. Mr. Speaker, with that, I end my contribution, and I end by saying, Mr. Speaker, that North Abaco supports this budget. That's for me? Okay, that North Abaco supports this budget, and North Abaco is glad, very happy, to be a part of the governing party of the government of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
We move the following resolution. Resolved that the business of the House continue beyond 7 p.m. on Thursday, July 6th.
Second.
June 6th.
Second.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be approved. A resolution that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. on Thursday, the 6th of July 2019, of June 2019. As many members as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. It's ordered that the business of this House will extend beyond 7 p.m. this evening. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleston.
Thank you, Mr.
On a point
Speaker.
of order?
I want to draw to your attention, Mr. Speaker, Rule 33, and in particular, subparagraph 20, which speaks to any reference to a matter awaiting or under adjudication in a court will not be permitted unless in the Speaker's discretion that reference will not interfere in any material way with that court matter. Mr. Speaker, I know this is a special rule to you because when I sought to speak about the straw market, I was prevented from doing so. The member for North Abaco, Mr. Speaker, alluded to a case that's both criminal and civil, and he's Minister of Foreign Affairs, where a Bahamian was injured in the United States, and he implied or asserted that the submission that it was a hate crime was not correct. And when I, from my seat, spoke to lawyers, he indicated, well, lawyers will say anything. I'm asking that that aspect of his speech be struck from the record in fairness to that Bahamian who's in the United States, where criminal proceedings are pending, and where I believe maybe potentially civil proceedings, where it is being asserted that it is exactly that's what it was. We don't know one way or the other, and it's not our place to make comments in this Parliament that could potentially prejudice the case of a Bahamian outside of this jurisdiction. So I'm asking Mr. Speaker, pursuant to this rule, that that aspect of his speech be struck from the record.
Honorable member for Angleston, I would agree that no matter before the court, particularly courts in this jurisdiction, should be discussed that would cut off the effect of prejudicing any matter before the courts. Honorable members, yes, out of an abundance of caution, even though the chair is not aware of criminal proceedings in this matter in another jurisdiction, out of an abundance of caution, I would, honorable members, I would order the reference to the case with respect to the incident, whether or not it was a hate crime, be expunged from the record out of an abundance of caution. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all right. That's all right. They'll be listening. They'll be listening and watching. That's all right.
Speaker's time.
That's all right. That's all right. All right. That's right. That's why I want to talk to the people. That's who I'm talking to. People.
I thought we were going to take a couple hours of time.
Go ahead.
As many, the chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Whom shall I be afraid? For God has not given me a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my redeemer. Mr. Speaker, just before I proceed, I wish to give my condolences to Golden Isles on the passing of his brother, and my prayers are with you, Golden Isles, and your family during this time hour of bereavement. I also wish to let the union presidents and their officers and executives and all their membership know that I recognize that this is a trying time for them throughout the country. And I wish to let every labor movement know that I support them and support and wish them every success tomorrow and all of their future undertaking. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound pleasure for me to stand perpendicular to promulgate, pronounce, and/or proclaim on behalf of the good and gracious people of Pine Ridge. Mr. Deputy, it's also appropriate for me to remind the public, especially colleagues in this place, that this is my 8th non-consecutive budget debate. Sometimes I think in here they underestimate my political and parliamentary value and experience. Mr. Deputy, one thing that is unequivocal, if you live in the Bahamas and follow these proceedings from this place, one cannot deny that this is perhaps the most attention Pine Ridge has ever gotten from this position and in this precinct. I only request that Pine Ridge continue with Grand Bahama and the Bahamas to pray for me as I endeavor to converse, chit-chat, confabulate, convey, or communicate, if you please, on Pine Ridge behalf, by extension, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, that's a good place for me to commence. After all, we said it's the people's time. So I will commence with the people. Maybe we're right. It's the people's time. It's just that the people whom I was thinking about don't appear to be the same people that our government was considering as the people at the people's time. Mr. Deputy, nowadays the one's political phrase, "it's the people's time," stands in the courts of public opinion, with the people serving dual roles as the persecuted and the prosecutors, asking the question, which people? The evidence thus far shows that it's the people's time. However, it seems only for a select few, a resurrected oligarchy, special interests, and elitists with foreign influence. Mr. Deputy, one can easily say this is not the case. It's certainly, however, the public assumption. Mr. Deputy, prior to us being elected to office on May 10, 2017, we seemed to embrace the vulnerability of the Bahamian people. During the campaign, we appeared so loving, kind, gentle, humble, and pleading to and for the Bahamian people. The Bahamian people who had become distrusting of politicians and politics in the Bahamas. A people who felt betrayed and abandoned by previous governments due to past hurt decided, let's give these people a chance, because they said it's the people's time. Merely to have the people out there, dreams crushed, vision deterred, ambitions put on hold, simply because the people who elected don't appear to be any better than the people who've been here before. Mr. Deputy, Some have even expressed the sentiments of worse. And this is coming from government supporters, independents, and swing voters. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian populace and citizenry no longer listen to what the government says. They watch what we do. Hence, what we've done don't line up with what we've said. Mr. Deputy, I will attempt to finish my dissertation taken from the People's Chapter 1 while seeking to macroponize the government's performance thus far with a contextual comprehension on behalf of Pine Ridge and the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, permit me, if you please, to use for a subject. It's not what we said, it's what we did. We won on May 10th, came to this place for the first budget debate, and shortly thereafter took a 10-week vacation, only to return back to this place after vacation, suggesting to the Bahamian people we need a raise, while minimum wage remained the same for many for some umpteen years. Mr. Deputy, you know, if you go on a job, just reach and ask the boss for a raise. When you have not produced or performed, you know what the boss is going to do shortly thereafter, if he's a good boss. The Bahamian people are our boss. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, it's now becoming obvious that the Bahamian people are heating the frying pan for our government before or for 2022. They're preparing to fry our government like snapper while stewing us like grouper. The people of the Bahamas, unfortunately, and the region facetiously refer to us as the stewfish government. What a travesty. Mr. Deputy, what's even more disheartening, preceding the general election, Mr. Deputy, I ask for you to protect me, sir, because those of my own party seek to hackle me in this place. What's even more disheartening, preceding the general election, many of the people in here sounded like the people out there. They spoke like them, they dressed like them, and they suffered like them. Now that the people gave most of them a chance to make more money than they've ever made in their lifetime, some seemingly have lost the people's touch, taste, look, feel, and that's in my opinion.
That don't apply to me.
Mr. Deputy, many come to this place having sold the birthright of the people for a bowl of porridge, 30 pieces of silver, or for filthy lucre. Mr. Deputy, let me parenthetically state and make it clear, this isn't about money for me, because if it was about money, I would do like most, eat my mutton and keep my mouth closed. Like Moses, I'd rather suffer the affliction with the people of the Bahamas than to embrace in political prostitution for a season. Amen. During the campaign, the then PLP government told the people, if you vote for the FNM, you would lose your job.
Chair recognizes the member. The point of order. Chair is the point of order. Bamboo Town.
Yes, I know the member for Pine Ridge is just
Bamboo is the point of order. Yes. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is I believe that the member may have breached my privilege in this place by the statement he just made in regards to filthy lucre and corruption. Mr. Speaker, you can't refer to members in this place as having sold the Bahamian people for filthy lucre and involved in corruption. Okay?
I did not say no such thing.
Well, Mr. Speaker.
One second.
Mr. Speaker, I was sitting here. I heard the member speak about members in this place as having sold the Bahamian people for filthy lucre and corruption. I heard that statement. Member for Bamboo Town. I'm asking him to withdraw that statement.
Member for Bamboo Town, member for Pine Ridge. It's just by coincidence the member for Bamboo Town actually brought the point, because even before the member for Bamboo Town rised, I was actually looking through the rule books. I know you tried to temper your language, but from where I sit, it did come across in a very unparliamentary way. It did. All of us are members in this house. Pine Ridge, I'm asking you to please caution. I'm cautioning you to caution you in your speech, and I'm going to withdraw. I'm going to ask the records to be the sponge with any reference to members being described in the language that the member for Bamboo Town alluded to.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Because, remember, it did come across as unparliamentary, and the rules speak to how you refer the honorable members in this house. That's uneven what was said, actually, from my perspective, because I was looking for the rule.
Mr. Deputy, if I may say, on this matter, you don't start me yet, I'm still answering.
Member for
Mr. Deputy, may I also bring to your attention, when I say many come to this place, many come to this place does not just refer to this city, but to perhaps all members of Parliament, past and present.
And one should not be making an address for past and present. The ruling is that it's going to be expunged. Carry on, Pine Ridge. And again, the chair is going to caution you.
Thank you.
In the language in which you are speaking, the honorable members of this house, both houses, past, present, and even the future. Please caution what you are saying. Because I was actually looking in the rule books to correct you.
Mr. Deputy, I will do all.
And I will protect you, as I will protect any member in this house. But every member deserves the same level of protection.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So be careful with the language.
Sir, and I'm trying to deliver my speech.
The ruling was already made.
Okay, may I carry on?
Yes, carry on, Brownridge.
Mr. Deputy, during the campaign, the then PLP told the people, if you vote for the F&M, you will lose your job. We told the people during the campaign, don't believe the PLP's propaganda. We told the people, vote for us. You will keep your job. The people did as requested. Still, we turn around and let many go, by the hundreds or thousands. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, this place, listen, I ain't got time.
Let's recognize the member for Pine Ridge, please.
Whether they were contract workers, they were workers who were assured by us during the campaign that they would be all right. Go ahead. Mr. Deputy, this place, the People's House, has become loaded down and heavy talk with CIAs galore. As a matter of fact, I've not seen so many CIAs in one place. No, I speak not to the Central Intelligence Agency, but to cowardness, adultery, and arrogance. This locale has turned.
I mean, please, Yamagra, please, the language adultery is struck. Cowardry is struck. Again, one second. Member for Pine Ridge.
On yesterday, Mr. Speaker, allow me to, I mean, come on.
Member for Pine Ridge. Again. The language is stricken with due reference. And again, I'm going to caution you, please.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to deliver my speech, my opinion, what I feel the Bahamian people are sharing with me.
You could think whatever you think the Bahamian sharing. 1 second, Parliamentary. You could think whatever you want to think the Bahamian people sharing with you. I, as the chairman, have the discretion when language is being used against about other members, and tomorrow could be another deputy speaker, could not be another speaker. When I'm in this chair, the language is going to be used, appropriate language is going to be used.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Yesterday it was okay to use the word hypocrite, cruel.
And as I said, for the record, it's expunged, please. Carry on.
This locale has turned, in my opinion, men into boys, women into girls, Christians into idolaters, and leaders into followers. And that is what I refer to as CIA. I didn't say nobody did it.
Somebody had to do it, did you?
Mr. Deputy, what side? Some are singing to keep their supper, while others are singing hoping to get a supper that they will probably never receive. And believe you me, if they only knew what they're receiving is chicken feed in comparison to the service. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, the first set of speeches in this place made me to ponder if this was the House of Assembly of Dominica. I became confused as whether or not they gave us the mandate to govern from these walls. We cried and we mourned for the people of Dominica due to their hurricane-ravaged conditions. Let me emphatically state that I was sympathetic and empathized for the Dominicans, especially knowing that I am from Grand Bahama, and I know what damage and impact hurricanes have on an island and its economy. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama hasn't caught itself due to past hurricanes. Ragged Island is still tore up from the ground up. Michael had structural damages from some of the same hurricanes that hit Dominica. We sent a boatload with supplies. We sent a boatload with supplies, money and goods. God bless the people of the other country. We're practicing sowing and reaping. We planted the seed for God to meet our need. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Ragged Island is still waiting for its grain environment as promised. Areas in Michael, Andros, particularly Low Sound, Pine Ridge and Grand Bahama are still waiting on the promise to fix houses through urban renewal. Yes, Mr. Deputy. Money was given to people to assist them in fixing their houses, but overwhelming conditions of their houses is great in comparison to what many receive monetarily. Nevertheless, many are grateful for help, but I'm just stating the obvious. Mr. Deputy, I'm aware that we were excited and jubilant to express to the people how we evacuated them from the southern islands during that particular hurricane season. Let me hasten to bring to the attention of this place. We repatriate legals by the thousands yearly. The least we could do is use the people's plane, money, to bring them safely from such inclement weather. It's the people's plane, it's the people's money, and we are the people's servant. No favor here by way of evacuation. It's all the people's thing. Mr. Deputy, inquiring minds would like to know, other than myself, did we get our bananas on the table for last December as required by PM? Most Bahamians would like to know, why Haiti and not Bouncy? It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, in this place we cry for and fought for another country. Yet people who believe in the people's time government are asking, when will we cry for them? When will we cry out for them? And when are we going to cry about them? It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, we had a colossal failure regarding a foreign investment, the infamous Oban deal. How did an accountable, transparent, and not a conflict of interest government, so we say, found ourselves in this quagmire? An investment to this day that remains an albatross around our government's neck. A deal that emerged to be filled with lies, mistruths, deceits, and environmentally unfriendly. People signing other people's names on important documents in public, on national TV, with other people's name on it. Mr. Deputy, if ordinary Bahamians did such a thing, we would be charged with fraud, and those who accomplice, like our government in this case, would be charged with aiding and abetting. Subsequently, to the public bust-up or misstep, the government's word, a file conveniently on the Oban deal disappeared with all the information and details. Mr. Deputy, what behooves me on this matter? The authorities could find a child abductor, but can't locate a missing file. This investment was a soap opera gone wild, and our government still has the nerve or sheer incompetence to continue speaking and encouraging an Oban deal. Some people never learn. What a Brigham Bam moment. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, we led the Bahamian people to believe. We led the Bahamian people to believe when we first were elected to this place and presented the 2017 budget. We seemed to acquiesce to the propaganda that it was the PLP's budget. That's what they told us. Notwithstanding that the same people who prepared the budget for the previous governments are the same professionals today. So I don't know who's fooling who. Mr. Deputy, we claim that it was a PLP budget and that we could not do anything for the people in the first 2017 budget because it belonged to the PLP. Mr. Deputy, we are led to believe by our government that the first budget was so PLP-ish, so they could not grant the people the breadbasket exemptions. The people who overwhelmingly elected us into office, if only to say thank you by doing so, would have been a good gesture. Mr. Deputy, our government said, or implied by action, don't blame us, it's the PLP's budget, so no exemption on breadbasket items. Notwithstanding that there were, however, exemptions on industrial washing machines and dryers, airplane parts, art paintings, and caviar.
Yeah, before you even speak, Yamakura, you're just rising on a point of order, because I don't know if the member even got to the point of developing what he's about to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, because he was just making a point.
So, our government wants us to believe that the PLP government and PLP budget includes these exemptions, but you couldn't give us breadbasket items. As a result of the first exemption, we now have an addition to the washing industry. It's the people's time. What people? Mr. Deputy, outside looking in or inside looking out, the greatest benefactors were airplane owners, laundromat owners, those indulged in caviars and champagne while observing the arts. Mr. Deputy, while our people may appreciate the duty concession on refrigerators and stoves, my heart goes out to the thousands of Bahamians who can't afford to put food in the refrigerator and or on the stove. Too many Bahamians are going to bed hungry while our bellies are filled. We have basically told the middle class to call the priests and the poor to rest in peace. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, we fervently and overwhelmingly shouted from the rooftop at every chance we got. We echoed accountability and transparency. Mr. Deputy, Centerville was fired over a year ago. The public is yet to know why he was fired. When public pronouncements made it sound like something untoward. However, privately we were told he did nothing corrupt. So which is it? So one can sully a man's professional reputation by one's high position with no regard for his well-being and family? Many in the country are still waiting to know why the former chairman of BPL and the majority of board members were dismissed unceremoniously, especially after she...
Point of order? Point of order. Chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
The honourable member may not know that this matter is before the courts. I wish to say that he probably does not know, and if he knew, he would not go there in relation to matters.
Thank you, member. Thank you, member for Carmichael. Thank you, member. And I don't think I need to say further. I think the good member for Carmichael has given you good advice. I didn't get into the
logistics of the case or anything, but that's fine.
Yes.
I just stated a fact.
Can you carry on without any reference? Can you? Yeah.
State of fact. But I'm not going there now because the matter is sub judice, and I respect the courts.
Member
I move on.
You're not only going to move on. Can we have any reference to the BPL, the reference to BPL be expunged from the records in light of the information from the member for Carmichael? And again, Member Steinrich, please be guided with respect to that aspect of if you intended to go beyond where you were going with that.
I will say, as it relates to Centerville, and the public can make up their mind about any other thing they may think about, there was nothing accountable and transparent about that process. Mr. Deputy, there are many other acts that can be construed as non-transparent and non-accountable since coming into office. It's not what we said, it's what we did. There's something else that have transpired that makes one think about the government of transparency. Just the other day, you put an MP's picture on a flyer big as Billy, yet you did not, as Mama would say, big as Billy, yet you did not inform or invite the MP to the meeting, but you led the public to believe that he called the meeting. This is sad, Golden Hours, just absolutely sad. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, from the day that I voted against VAT in this place, I've not been invited to one Grand Bahama Parliamentary caucus. And they have had several. But we call the government transparency and accountable. Now, Mr. Deputy, and that's the sense I voted against VAT in this place. Now, Mr. Deputy, now, the point I'm trying to make, if they would do this to their own people, what do you think they would do to you, the people who they claim is the people's time? Don't get mad. All I'm doing is being transparent and accountable to the people of Pine Ridge. But I think the word here is victimization. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, there's more that I could say, but this is just chapter 1 I'm dealing with. Another time and another place, God spares life. I've got to keep moving. The second 2018 budget, which was brought to this place since coming into office by the powers that be, was referred to as the government's budget. Well, what an atrocity that turned out to be. This time, exemption included airplanes and helicopters. It's not what we said, it's what we did. This transparent government did not have the decency to inform or discuss with the Parliamentary caucus its intent as it relates to the increase in VAT. Some of what occurred during that budget debate could have been avoided if we only communicated. You know,
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, I think you've already warned the member, or cautioned the member, I should say, about the choice of words that he uses. He says, the decency. What does he mean by that? Does that not have the decency to consult? Does that mean that it's indecent? Is he suggesting that the Minister of Finance is not decent? I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm just trying to get clarity. I want to know if I should be offended or not.
No, actually, no, you shouldn't be offended. But I would say that East Grand Bahama. The chair isn't going to strike that one. I think the member has, the member has the member has the latitude to make statements. East Grand Bahama. Members, and I want to refer to the rule, actually. Rule 33, section 16. 16 and 17, and those are the ones I was looking for. It's just two books that I was just trying to make sure that was the right one. 33, the chair is referring to Rule 33:16. A member shall not use offensive, abusive, or insulting words about either House of Parliament or any member thereof.
Yes.
Invitations of improper motives or personal reflections on members shall be dealt with by the chair under the rules related to order in the House and in committee. In this instance, member for East Grand Bahama, I don't think the words used or the terms used by the member for Pine Ridge in this instance warrants any order.
Oh, okay.
The chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, and I thank them for helping make my speech more potent. Because the more they do this, the more the people of the Commonwealth recognize what's going on. Mr. Deputy, when we were in opposition, we spoke about how VAT was a tax that would inflict suffering, hardship. It would make life hard for the Bahamian people, especially the poor and the middle class. We call it lazy and promised to repeal it if and when we came to office. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, have mercy on all of us in this place. Mr. Deputy, we came right in here. We did not repeal this tax. It would have been better if we left it at 7.5. No, what did we do? We raised that by 60%. Despite the overwhelming rejection from the public and the economic professionals, this government still increased VAT to 12% from 7.5%. We went from bad to worse. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, we told the last government that not listening to the people would be their downfall. You would think that we would learn from the mistakes others have made in this place, but we've picked up a deaf spirit in such a short time when it comes to hearing the people. Mr. Deputy, I personally felt at the time that we should have grown the economy before raising taxes to such an arduous height for four. Four of us got fired for voting against that. The other day, in the House of Commons, a place that I visited on my time to London on 2 occasions not with the taxpayers' money. When the other day in the House of Commons, persons, I got to say that, had to get that out of my system, because I'm well-traveled, and I don't have to say I've traveled on the people's money and the people's dime, and the people are still waiting for a report, because many people still seem to be traveling in numbers and going to far-flung places at your expense, eating, sleeping, drinking, working. So they say. The other day, in the House of Commons, persons with the Prime Minister's governing party in the UK, led by the Honorable Theresa May, who will demit office tomorrow, voted against Brexit 3 times. She wasn't firing anybody, wanted to resign prior to the vote, but she didn't go on a rampage. She found it necessary as a leader to bring people together in her caucus. She was conciliatory in her demeanor and her quest to bring stability to her government and country. The Prime Minister of the Bahamas was less merciful when firing us for voting against VAT, even though we supported and voted the other aspects of the then budget. Mr. Deputy, through you, when you're powerful, you should be merciful. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Mr. Prime Minister, respectfully, sir, we're all going to need mercy. And yes, I think I need to say this, Bamboo Town, after what you just said. The Westminster system only seems to be used when it's convenient to bully those they think are weak amongst them. But they're stronger than you think, and you'll be surprised to know who's in their corner. Of these same people you seem to dismiss in this place. It's not what you said, it's what you did. Mr. Deputy, people are saying, to include supporters, they don't know this F&M government. They're labeling us as an F&M government with a UBP spirit. And they may have some validity. Mr. Deputy, let's examine the evidence put before us today, found in the People's Article 1, subsection Frederick's intellect, leeway to proceed, Your Honor. A people of mostly my epidermis sharing, or same skin color, as Mama would say, in different shades, shape, and sizes, march to Bay Street in numbers between 1,000 to 1,500, asking you not to increase VAT and to keep your corned beef. What did we do? We ignored the people, laughed up here, while the people cried down there. What was tragic for the people out there at the time, they looked like the majority of us up here, despite the 2, 3, or 4 Oreos in the midst. Withdraw, Mr. Deputy. We ignored. I said withdraw. I withdraw.
Okay.
I withdraw. We ignored the people, and as I continue, you'll see why. We ignored the people. The People's Time government ignored between 1,000 to 1,500 persons. And this was just a segment of society. You can multiply, Mr. Deputy, at least 100 to get the true representation and pulse of the nations with regards to the people concerned on this VAT matter. Mr. Deputy, a group of Caucasians from Lyford Key said that certain property taxes were too exorbitant for them and their community to pay. They didn't have to march for their voices to be heard, and they were extremely small in numbers. They simply wrote a letter, and within 48 hours, they got favorable response. The taxes that they complained about were rescinded. Mr. Deputy, it seems to continue. Those who can afford to pay don't pay, and those who struggle to pay must pay. The only difference between the group of people on Lightfoot Key and the group that marched on Bay Street is color and class. It's not what you said, it's what you did. Mr. Deputy, same article and subsection as I continue this indictment. The government gets in office and seems to target the number bosses, to which most of them seem to share the same epidermis shading. The number bosses who hire hundreds, perhaps thousands, even thousands. NIB contributors, the number bosses are NIB contributors, these same number bosses who in many instances, I haven't forgotten, they're just like the church, have fed the hungry, clothed many of our naked, housed our homeless, and even helped to bury a few of our dead. Did I state that this same group of businessmen share the same skin pigment adaptation as myself? What is this government implying to these businessmen who some amongst us believe perhaps this is too much money being made by them? Mr. Deputy, we decided we would scale tax them and concluded that if they made $100 or more million, the government would require 50%. The problem I have with this prejudice tax, then and still remains, now is the government. The problem I have is the government never asked the Bay Street Boys, Similar Enterprises, or Superwash for 50% after they would have made $100 million.
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
I think that the member, I think he might have corrected it just now. The proposed tax at the time was to be 50% over $100 million, not up to and including. But the point that I really wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, is I believe this matter is still before the courts, or there's a submission that has been made. And I think, again, it might be, what is the word? Sub judice. And so I caution the member again that he might not want to go there at this particular time.
We're talking a lot about the judiciary.
On the point, again, the member for East Grand Bahama, like the member for Carmichael, seems to be cautioning you, member for Pine Ridge, concerning the fact that the matter might be before the courts. So again, the chair cautions you.
Fair enough. The only difference between the number of businessmen and the other businessmen remains color and class. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Deputy, what other businessmen? I made that clear already. I said, for the sake of East Grammar, the problem I have with the prejudice tax then, and still remains now, is the government never asked the Bay Street Boys, Similar Enterprises, or Superwash for 50% if and after they would have made $100 million. That's the point I made.
Point of order, East Grand Bahama.
So gladly.
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I happen to be the Minister of Finance at the moment.
One second, please. Can I hear the member for East Grand Bahama, please?
Mr. Speaker, I happen to be the Minister of Finance, and I think I know what taxes are on the books for the most part. I never heard of, never sanctioned anything called a prejudice tax. I just wonder if maybe the member could tell me what is a prejudice tax, because I certainly would like to. Oh, no, Mr. Speaker.
One second, one speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know what is a prejudice tax. And the member says don't play with words and all the rest. But, you know, I think if anybody listening would have to admit that the member is a master at playing with words. I just want to know what is a prejudice tax. I don't think that's an unfair question.
The member for Pine Ridge?
It's not what we said, it's what we did.
One second, Senance. The member for East Grand Bahama, I don't know if he was listening to him when he was making his point, because I think he was speaking with another member. But I think that what he's implying is that you're speaking of prejudice tax.
Okay, there is no such thing in the Bahamas. No, there's no such thing as a prejudice tax. But the tax that was imposed upon those persons can be considered prejudice.
Okay, we don't really deny that. Chair recognizes the member for Senance.
I just would like the honourable member to clarify Simonet Enterprises, please, who he is referring to.
Member for Pine Ridge?
I'm referring to who I referred to. I don't think it...
No, Mr. Speaker, I need this matter.
Are you at a point of order? Point of order?
No, please don't answer for me. A point of order. Would you kindly clarify who you meant by Simonet Enterprises?
No. I know that Simonet Enterprise, when I say Simonet Enterprise, I would have the country to know there are more than one Simonet than the one that sits in this house. I'm not being evasive. I'm not going to be entrapped either. I stated my point. Now, if, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, if nobody in here owns Simonet Enterprise, there would be no argument, and there ought to be no discussion, unless the member is the owner of Simonet Enterprise.
And the post office did that today.
So, other than that, there are many Simonets in the Bahamas, including black Simonets. So, the Bahamas have the right to decide. Now, if I've not chosen or picked on anybody particular, this is null and void.
Just for the record. I recognize the member for Zenans. Just for the record. Order, members. The chair recognizes the member for Zenans.
While he's seated, would care to ask some of the members to the south of him. They may find out who Simonet Enterprises is. There is such a company. Yes, it's a Lutheran company. So please do not include them. No, he said Simonet Enterprises. If you want to refer to my name and everything, please feel free.
We don't want to put anything in the mouth of the member for Pine Ridge. He merely said Simonet Enterprise. You attempted to try and, well, you did.
I would like him for the sake of the owners of Simonet Enterprises, who are not family to me, and would certainly not be covered by what he is trying to say, to withdraw that name and use a different whatever. Because those people, that is a very specific company name that is known by many people in this country.
I will, Mr. Speaker,
before you rise, is it on the same point? Can I have a response to Pine Ridge first, please? Because I think he was going in the right direction.
Please say.
Yes.
Simonet Enterprise can refer to businesses or establishments. Now, what he's saying, for me, for me, really, they can call me ignorant all they want. The people out there know who I'm talking about and what I'm referring to. Okay.
This is the point. There's a company called Simonet Enterprise.
Order. While the chair recognizes the view raised by Zenans,
Making it sound like somebody trying to stop us right this thing.
Order, South Anderson, North Luther.
Give him half your time. You can get off like that. There you go.
The chair, member for St. Anne's. The chair is going to permit the member for Pine Ridge while the chair do understand what the point you're trying to make, the chair doesn't see any issue with you already made your points in Anne's, but the point raised by Pine Ridge and naming a company, I don't see how there's any grounds for causing him to withdraw that. While we do understand, I think you've made it very clear on the record. The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
Rise on a
Wait till I tell the fella who he's
point of privilege, sir.
Point of privilege?
Yes, sir.
No, because he's protected by privilege.
Yeah, he's good.
He can say anything else. No. Not what you do.
The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
Mr. Deputy.
On a point of privilege, I understand.
In this place, and under our traditions, the executive brings legislation. As a member of the executive, I've heard a member of this honorable parliament say that they brought a prejudice tax. This is a country, Mr. Speaker, where many of us are seeking to rise above the errors of the past. And whatever we call something, and we continue to insult members of other skin pigmentation, it is a huge challenge. So, Mr. Speaker,
And I addressed the prejudice tax already.
No, Mr. Speaker, the member has spoken about skin color.
The number boy.
He's spoken about that. And he's made distinctions. And so my personal privilege as a member of the cabinet that has brought every piece of legislation that has been brought here for this parliament in the last 2 years has been attacked. And I would wish the honorable member, who is an honorable member, and who I regard as an honorable member, and who may have made a mistake in what he said, to please withdraw that, because it is not something that I believe that that honorable member would wish to say about these members.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I don't see what I have to withdraw. As far as I'm concerned, I made it clear. There seems to be distinction when it comes to, see, I got more to say, but that's the perception out there. Like Dr. Miles Monroe said, in the minds of many people since we've taken governance, we've gone 40 years back.
Oh, you're member for Parliament, you're not going to withdraw the statement. Then, Mr. Kalam.
What does the member ask me to withdraw? What does he ask?
The member for Carmichael is saying that his privilege is being breached.
Is he prejudiced?
But the fact that you...
No, but is he prejudiced?
You said he was.
I never said he was. I just spoke to what people...
Listen one second, Pine Ridge, a member for Pine Ridge, because I'm trying to confer to you what the member for Carmichael is saying his privilege is breached. In the sense, he's saying he's a member of the cabinet that brings forth legislation. And in your description, first you use the term prejudice. You say that the act is prejudice.
Draw the word prejudice, Mr. Deputy, so we can move forward.
Very well.
Draw the word prejudice and replace it with discriminatory.
All right.
Mr. Deputy, the government touted vehemently about conflict of interest. We put a post office in a sitting cabinet minister's business and then practice intellectual dishonesty by saying it's not a conflict of interest. Then use some legal jargon from the Constitution for justification. By the way, people want to know, is there another building being rented by the government, recently acquired by the same said minister, since...
Walk carefully, member for Pine Ridge.
Since the post office.
Walk carefully, member for Pine Ridge.
He's going to answer.
Speak.
Say nothing.
He asked the question.
I just asked the question.
Did you ask the question or did you make a statement?
Yes, I asked the question.
Can you?
Then I ask the question, is the honorable member aware of a building? And if so, please put it on the record.
Or withdraw.
Or withdraw.
I will withdraw, but the question is already been put. Thank you.
No, you, hold on. It's an answer. Listen, we may very well know as members, as politicians, what the reality is. And you could hold that reality in your heart and your mind. But when you're in this house, I'm speaking. When you're in this house and you make a statement, especially a statement when, as honorable members, and you make the comment that I withdraw, I don't care what you have in your head. You should just make that statement and withdraw. Do not make comments that make it look as if the other honorable members, when they withdraw, it's not an honorable withdrawal. So are you going to withdraw? Yes. I'm just
sorry. I apologize and accept.
Yes. You withdraw. And that's it. Simply it. Thank you very much.
Mama said, you could fool some of the people some of the time, but you won't fool all the people all the time. We could sit up in here and say it's not a conflict of interest, but to most Bahamians, they perceive it to be so. It's not what we said, it's what we did. I'm not going to speak about the GDP and the GFFs and the debt to ratio or my
Members, let me remind all members on both sides. From where the chair sits, the chair has to listen, especially in these types of debates. The chair has to listen to the member on his feet. While you may think that you're speaking across the floor at each other, you are disrupting the speaker or the chair, and more equally important, you're disrupting the member on his feet. If you want to speak to a member, then you can cross the floor respectfully and sit next to them and speak. The chair wants to and does recognize the member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I'm not going to speak about the GDP and GFS and the debt to ratio or my economy is better than your economy. Bahamians are quite frankly tired of the blame game. It serves no purpose for them. But I will give you my budget assessment, very short. Despite the increase in taxes, borrowing to pay so-called bills left behind by the previous administration, which I believe to be the case for every new administration, having to pay bills from the previous administration. Yet we were told that money was borrowed to pay off bills by the last administration, only to find out yesterday all of those bills have not been paid. Yet we still haven't been able to meet the government revenue projections to which we borrowed to pay the bills, they say. So let me see if I can fathom this. We increased taxes, borrowed more money to the tune of some $2 billion. You say the deficit is eroding, yet the government revenue is down and the national debt is growing. According to our government, the government...
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Point of order. The member is incorrect in stating that the revenue is down. The revenue is actually up by about 16%. So his statement is incorrect.
No. Your revenue intake. I'm talking about your revenue forecast. I'm not referring. Yes. When you talk about, and by the way, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. You're keeping this mic close to me. Order, members.
And Mr. Deputy. So let me see. I think it's worth repeating. Let me fathom this again.
You can repeat it, being cognizant of what the member for East Grand Bahama.
Yes. We increased taxes, borrowed more money to the tune of $2 billion. You say the deficit is eroding, yet the government revenue, you said the government revenue, according to your projection, is down, and the national debt is growing.
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Again, I think the member is confusing himself. I know what he's trying to say, but he's incorrect in his statement. Revenue is up, Mr. Speaker. I just want the public to have the right information.
All right, East Grand Bahama. Are you finished, East Grand Bahama?
Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
you made your point. The chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
Okay, Mr. Deputy, according to our government, the economy is turning around. I'm no economist. Economist. But common sense tells me that something just doesn't add up. 1 + 1 isn't equaling 2 in this case. Again, I'm not an economist, and I'm not going to attempt to be one or act like one, nor am I a CPA. At least I admit to being what I am not, as opposed to pretending to be what I claim I am. Centerville would often say, and I concur, we're running a country and not a corporation. Mr. Deputy, with that in mind, I wish to remind our government, if your outgo is more than your intake, and your intake is less than your outgo, it could only lead to your downfall. Economic 101. Now, Mr. Deputy, judicial, I want to talk about this, because all day and all night we talk about the judiciary. So, I want to be guided by you, Mr. Deputy, but I would wish that you allow me to complete what I'm about to say before they start.
Yeah, and before you start, I'm sure you're familiar with the rules as it relates to the Senate, this House, this Honorable Senate, the Honorable House, and the judiciary.
Yes.
If you need,
So,
okay.
for a government that believes in doing things supposedly in decency and in order, something that is also disturbing to myself and also Bahamian, the manner in which we conduct ourselves as it pertains to ongoing political court cases. Finish? Mr. Deputy, I'm not talking to any court case, but I'm speaking to conduct as a government. It appears when the court does not rule in government's favor, we seem to directly or indirectly make pronouncements against magistrates when there is a judicial prudence that is made to deal with such interpretations or legal opinions. If an ordinary citizen did such a thing, they would be held in contempt of court.
The government... Pine Ridge. 1 second, Pine Ridge. Again, let me familiarize you with what the rule says. See, that statement you made, you're suggesting that this is an honorable house. Hey, I'm the chair here, right? The rule, I can summarize the rule for you. The rule is that a member of this house should not make any improved any 1 second, I'm speaking, just as I'm saying the Cat Island. You cannot, shut on this. You don't.
You can't point at me. But he point at me either. I'm a member just like you are. You're not going to point at me.
But don't shout at the chair.
You don't point at me either. That's happening.
Sergeant, stand at guard, please. Pine Ridge, the point is this. Pine Ridge, the point is this. The point is this. The point is this. This is an honorable house. The rules speak that no house, no arm of government should repute any other arm. The fact that you're saying it appears that when this honorable house has issue with another arm of government, we have issue with it. And I'm suggesting to you that when you say that, you're implying that this honorable house, this arm of government, seems not to respect that arm of government. And the rules speak clearly to doing that. And I'm saying, and we're cautious at all times against that. So I'm not going to allow you to impugn the judiciary in this honorable house, making comments that it appears that we and I get some, in my words, how we don't tend to respect all of the rulings from that arm of government. So I'm going to ask that all reference to the judiciary by the member be struck off.
But I even finished the statement.
You finished your statement. You said enough.
No.
You said enough. You cannot say that this honorable house seems not to respect the ruling and only have issues with the ruling. The chair recognizes member for Exuma Ramkey, and sorry, that's why you need to stand where you're supposed to be. Cat Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, well, I think we ought to, first of all, let me say that the judiciary nor us in this parliament are immune from criticism.
And what's the
right? And so it is once it is constructive, because if I don't agree with a judgment, and I could disagree with the judgment now, in any matter. So I think though the member does have the right to comment on observations being made by anyone. And there's no rule or law that prevents us from constructively commenting on the judiciary. Just as, and that's what it is, constructive. Once we are not bringing the judiciary into disrepute, we're able to do it.
No, I accept that. I accept that, Cat Island. I accept that, member for Cat Island.
He never said. He wasn't bringing the judiciary into, he was bringing the House into. By the House. And that's the issue I have. When he said it appears. But say that then. But that's what I said, Cat Island. I said any one of us, any branch I said, whether it comes, one second, whether it comes from us or whether it comes from judiciary, that's the point I made. And so I'm happy we on one accord. The chair and caution again, Heinrich.
Mr. Deputy,
be careful now.
I'm asking a question, Mr.
No, but I'm just cautioning you again.
Don't start the clock yet. I'm still just asking a question.
And one more point, Heinrich, and other members. Let's not get, and I say this respectfully, let's not get carried away. A person's point at a member, it is, again, it goes to the context and the style. When a member points, we point at each other, and this is my view, and particularly you South and Central and Mangrove Key. Take things in the context of which is done, all right? And no way this chair would ever disrespect you or any other member. Just as well, Mr. Member for South Central Andres. The chair doesn't expect for you, even if you believe that the chair has disrespected you, for you to shout and be disrespectful of the chair. And I know you're an honorable man, and I would leave it at that.
Most honorable chair, Mr. Honorable Chairman, I'm also saying that this should operate in a bilateral fashion.
And I have no problems with you pointing at me.
The same way, if the chair, all I'm simply saying, Mr. Chairman, if the chair would just point at me as a member, this honorable, he's the chairman, he's not the speaker. If he were to speak, if he were to point at me, sir, as an elected member, the same way you are, I think I should in kind do the same because we're all honorable men. That's all I'm simply saying. So I do apologize for my conduct, but by the same token, I would, in my view, subjective view, would have been provoked by the honorable chair at that moment. I said I was provoked at that moment by the chair. I do apologize, but it would never happen again by an honorable member and a senior member in this honorable place.
Very good. Yeah, that's a good comment from a senior member from this honorable house. The chair recognizes the member for.
Before you start my clock, I'm talking to the chair. I'm talking to the chair.
If you're on the point of order.
Point of order. Okay.
Yeah, we're on the point.
What I'm trying to.
Hold it.
See, what I was seeking to find out from the chair, Mr. Deputy, was that in the public domain, you're just saying that I cannot criticize or suggest that the government is criticizing the judiciary.
You didn't say that. You said that you were making that statement. You weren't saying that this is what the public view is.
Yes, but the public view is that what you just told me is the opposite occurring with the government. In other words, you're saying, Mark, don't criticize the government criticizing the judiciary, but I mustn't mess with that. But the government is okay to do that.
No, I never said
And-
that.
well, that-
I made it very clear that no arm
was
of
the point I
government
was
can do either arms.
Mr. Deputy.
Yeah,
all-
let's proceed, please.
Okay. All I needed to indicate is that I believe magistrates have courtrooms to run. When governments are in and out, those magistrates are still there. And because of that, I'm simply saying we have to be careful how we rebuke, or could be perceived that we rebuke, members of the judiciary in a public forum. Because again, it's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to those gentlemen standing at the door number. I guess they can go at ease now. But
member for Pine Ridge, the chair. All right. One second, please. 1 second, Pine Ridge.
But I'm about... You ain't know what I'm about. Don't do that.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, welcome back, Mr. Speaker. Truly. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Police Force is said to be top-heavy by those in authority in this place. Whether that's true or not is not my argument this evening. I'm looking for precedents. We ungraciously vacationized 8, came back and claimed 5 will return. Only time will tell. Notwithstanding that there are still members on the executive and the force with more vacation time yet serving. As a government, we must seem to be fair in our dealings across board and give the appearance and not give the appearance of duplicitous actions. The minister, we can ask, because we're looking for precedents. The minister, if he would, could lay on the table of this House, perhaps, the package when he resigned from the force, who I'm told was paid up front and had more vacation weeks than those who've been vacationized and security of employment before leaving. Better yet, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we could put on the table of this House the package deal given to the last serving commissioner, now serving in the UK. The country seeks to know if there is true conviction and consistency in our current disputes in these matters. Despite all the successes we tout about crime being down, there seems to be a very low morale presently in the police, defense, prison force, and the entire public servants throughout the country, and may also add, perhaps, the judiciary. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is chapter 1 of this dissertation, but I cannot close this chapter without speaking about Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, the Rand Memorial Hospital continues to be the main healthcare facility on the island, but the building itself is antiquated and antedated to accommodate the population. The cafeteria is still not yet completed. An initiative started under the former administration. Beds, lack thereof, seem to be a continuous setback to the medical professionals and public at large. I've seen patients lying on the floor having to wait for medical attention in the ER due to the lack of beds in the facility, causing the ER to move slower than anticipated. We've also promised the people of Grand Bahama, Minister, an oncology center. Things are already economically strenuous for persons on the island, and being diagnosed with cancer and having to leave Grand Bahama for chemo and radiation treatment is just unacceptable. The Grand Bahama Road Traffic Department. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama is the second largest population in the country. The printer for the driver's license seems to go down more frequently, causing a major inconvenience to the constituents and residents, who are often told we have to wait up to 3 and 4 weeks until their licenses are delivered to them from New Providence. This is unacceptable. I don't know how many printers they have, but obviously it's not enough. Sufficient printers ought to be priority to cater to such a large population. Grand Bahama immigration concerns. I thank you, and I wish to let Grand Bahama know that the deputy has concurred with me on that issue. Grand Bahama immigration concerns. Based on the policy in Grand Bahama, and I guess it would be for the entire Bahamas, it seems to me that it's easier for a foreigner to be employed in the Bahamas than it is for a Bahamian. Let me say that again. Based on the policy in Grand Bahama, and I guess throughout the entire Bahamas, because it seems it is policy, it seems to be easier for a foreigner to be employed in the Bahamas than it is for a Bahamian. Today, let me finish this statement.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Yes, I apologize if he was going to get to this, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
But I wondered...
The member for East Grand Bahama has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, maybe he's going to get to it, and I apologize if I'm being preemptive. But I wondered if he would explain for us how it is easier for a foreigner to be employed in the Bahamas than a Bahamian.
I'm going to get to it right now. Today in Grand Bahama, a foreigner can arrive on the island. You wanted to hear it. Today in Grand Bahama, and I guess throughout the Bahamas, a foreigner can arrive on the island with a letter from a company, a bio page of their passport, and a photograph for what is called short-term work permits, which allows them to work up to 6 months and sometimes even 8. Many companies are circumventing the system with this short-term work permit. I guess elsewhere in the country, because obviously it's policy. These persons don't have to produce, when coming to the country, qualification, medical certificate, and/or police record. Yet Bahamians have...
Honorable member.
Yet...
Are you able to substantiate that statement?
If you let me finish, yes.
No, do you have evidence that persons coming into the country do not have to produce these things that you just allege?
Mr. Speaker, it's policy. The minister can...
No.
It's policy.
I'm not talking about policy. I'm asking you, you made a statement that persons can come into the country without having to produce certain documents. Do you have evidence of that fact?
Yes. The information has been afforded to me, sir, by the Bahamas Immigration Department.
Really?
No, I'm just telling you. So argue if you're... I got this, and this is a concern in Grand Bahama. And if I could just finish it, in order so that you can get the logistics of what I'm saying. Yet Bahamians who have a record for a fifth of marijuana, umpteen years, can't seem to get a job.
Honorable member.
In order for Bahamians to get hired.
I'm not going to allow you to finish a statement that is making certain innuendos, and you have not been able to substantiate the first allegation that you've made.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
You're building on a vacuum because you have not produced the evidence.
Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw that statement as it was given to me, as I said, by those who are in this area. But what I want to say, though, Mr. Speaker...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
I think you were about to address it, but you can't just make that kind of statement. I heard from somebody.
Okay.
You have to say.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. But one of the things that, Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. One of the things that disturbed me compared to some others, it seemed like Bahamians to get hired, we require qualification, in some instances, health certificate, police record, reference, national insurance, ID, and passport. I believe, based on what I've seen, there are many people coming into Grand Bahama and working, and we don't know if they have a police record for many of the industrial companies in Grand Bahama. But the point, right, but that's the point. But no, wait a minute. Mr. Speaker.
You have to get the permit.
I feel it's not right.
You have to get the permit first.
Even with a permit, it's not right for a foreigner can produce less, in my opinion. It is not right for a foreigner to can produce less and get more than the citizenry in the country. It's not what we said, is what we did. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Bahama Power Company. I'm not going to get into the Grand Bahama Power debacle, but I will say this. Despite the electricity being less on the island of Grand Bahama than it is throughout the country in comparison to BPL, electricity on the island is still considered high for the average man and the business community. In order to improve national and foreign investment on the island of Grand Bahama, we must find a way to deal with our energy resources in order to implement a greater economic impact for those living there. Mr. Speaker, while I agree that Grand Bahama Power needs to be regulated, and not by the Grand Bahama Port Authority, I'm also not sold on IRCA being the regulated authority. IRCA has its hands full with BPL and broadcasting, and Grand Bahama cannot afford to be treated like a stepchild when dealing with this regulation. What I will recommend is a regulatory body made up of persons from throughout the community of Grand Bahama who better understand the personality and the psyche of the Grand Bahama community. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Building is being worked on in my constituency, which I spoke about in the last budget debate. All I ask is that courtesy be afforded me as a member of Parliament for Pine Ridge, that any building being looked upon or inspected by the government, that they would inform me so that I might be kept abreast as to what's happening in my constituency. It's not what we said, it's what we did.
Speaker, I would...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carmichael.
I don't want to interrupt the honourable member, but I would be grateful if he would expound on that, because on both occasions when I was looking at matters in Grand Bahama, the courthouse and the post office, the honourable member was a part of what we were doing. And if there's any way that I have done anything that has caused him to make that statement, I certainly would wish to know.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I appreciate that. But what happened since that we made the inspections and the signing of the paper? There was, he asked me to expound. There was an inspection done at the courthouse. Other members and MPs from Grand Bahama were there, and I was not called, informed. What was that? No, I'm sorry. Okay. But the paper indicated.
The paper.
No, you're asking me. I don't. You want me to call the name? The PS was there. Central Grand Bahama, and the Minister for Grand Bahama was there. And I think I also saw Mr. Parkinson was there. Inspecting the building, yes, for what work was being done. It doesn't matter. The courthouse lies on the perimeter of Pine Ridge. If the government is inspecting something that involves Pine Ridge, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I think that I should be given the common courtesy. Okay.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
If this is a point, this is a little bit of information. No, I'm not touchy. I just want to help the member. Because from time to time, the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Works and the Minister of Grand Bahama, they may go and view a project. I don't understand why does the member think he has a special right to be there? I mean, I don't know.
He has to modernize it.
I recognize the honourable member for Pine Ridge.
Let me hasten. Like I said, it's not what we said, it's what we did. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Grand Bahama Port Authority for all that they're doing to assist in the beautification and cleanup of Pine Ridge constituency. On behalf of the good and gracious people of Pine Ridge, we thank the board and the board directors of the Port Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Bahama Lucayan deal. Despite our government's every effort to revive the Grand Bahama economy since coming to office, the island still finds itself in an economic doldrum. Notwithstanding the purchase of the hotel at the cost of $65 million, which, by the way, at the time of purchase was valued at $39 million, And due to the fact that we paid for 2 golf carts but only got 1, due, I guess, to legal negligence, this hotel is a purchase gone wrong. After our government told the country that we would purchase the hotel to save the Bahamian people's job, to only turn around and give more than half of the people a servant's package, which in my estimation should have been paid by the previous owners. By the way, the previous owners also left us with a high water bill and electrical bill, but the government of the Bahamas is still paying. This property cost us well over $100 million, and we're still paying because the property is still yet not sold. People are asking, who were the government negotiators? Who were the government negotiators, and were they sober at the time of these discussions? The government and the people of Grand Bahama were taken advantage of due to our economic vulnerability. Note, footnote, when I last stood in this place, Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the Hotel Corporation, I told the people of this country that the government was paying me $12,000 per year to hold the position. The people of Pine Ridge, and by extension, the Bahamas, would like to know, what is the present chairman of the Hotel Corporation being paid for the position that he now holds again? Can you assure us it's still $12,000? Mr. Speaker, some would say with Grand Bahama, things have gotten worse. Despite the purchase of the hotel, Arlequin Marketplace is still a ghost town. Businesses are closing. Businesses, Mr. Speaker, are closing every day, including the business which was the catalyst for the tech hub called GBIC. The entrepreneurial encouragement and assistance by the government is all good, but the reality is the consumer activity is very low due to Grand Bahama economic fallout. The government boasts about employment being down in Grand Bahama, but the truth is more people have left the island to go elsewhere to look for employment. The government tells us that Grand Bahama tourism numbers, well, I think I heard him say, are down. But even that is questionable. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But even with tourism numbers being up or down, as suggested in the island of Grand Bahama, we still seem to be moving at a turtle or snail pace to get the hotel open. It just doesn't add up to me. Perhaps they've been putting in their account, Mr. Speaker, thousands as tourist arrival on the island, when in actuality, they have been persons coming to work at the shipyard and other industries. This is why perhaps the Grand Bahamian numbers don't match our reality. Mr. Speaker, the government keeps saying that we're doing well and continually spew out government praise reports which don't seem to match our reality. We're doing well, but unemployment is up nationally. We're constantly talking about the 4 downgrades by the previous administration, but fail to acknowledge that we've been blacklisted about 3 to 4 times since we took office in 2 years. It's happening, it happened on our watch. Perhaps this is why people,
Honorable member,
I really want, if you let me
the member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Yeah, I'd just like the member to substantiate his comment or withdraw it.
Just like the other member has to go a whole seat.
Honorable member for Pine Ridge, the member for East Grand Bahama is disputing the blacklisting that you made reference to.
The Grand Bahama, the deputy is disputing. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, so that I would continue and so that we can continue to move forward, I will withdraw that. I will withdraw that.
Thank you.
Perhaps this is why people say we don't have a legislative agenda. Because since coming to this place, 60 to 70% of our legislation has been seeking to accommodate the EU, who despite our efforts, blacklisted us, but according to the deputy, I have to prove that, so that might never happen. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I just checked with you in relation to the statement you made with regard to blacklisting. You withdrew it. and then you proceeded to put it right back on the record without producing any evidence of it.
Mr. Speaker.
You cannot do both. You either withdraw it and make no reference to it, or you substantiate it.
Mr. Speaker.
So if you cannot...
I withdraw. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, I am not here seeking, nor is it my intention, to frustrate you.
You cannot do that.
Okay,
You don't worry about that.
Thank you. All right, as long as
you cannot frustrate me.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Honorable member, just so you would know, if you breach these rules, and I advise you of your breach, and you persist in your breach, I shall apply Rule 88 to you, and that will be the end of the matter. So don't ever speak to me in terms of frustrating me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The industrial companies have been the lifeline and survival of the Grand Bahama community thus far, especially Grand Bahama Shipyard, sir. Let me address the pink elephant in the room. Since the industrial mishap at the shipyard, the company will have to reassess its position and regroup. So Grand Bahama economy has suffered another blow, and the government of the Bahamas knows this, and we're acting like all is well because we simply have a letter of intent. It is what it is. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama will tell you, we've been there, we've done that, so Grand Bahama is not moved by promises. We're not excited about groundbreaking or blocks going up. We can take you to West End and show you blocks. And we can take you to places where grounds have been broken and the bush has now become the order of the day. Grand Bahama gets excited when we're cutting ribbons. Yes, the government must sell hope, but we must be careful that it is not false hope. My people in Pine Ridge, Grand Bahama and the Bahamas are hurting. The state of Grand Bahama is painful. Despite all these promises, many people will be dead economically and physically if we don't improve conditions sooner rather than later. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, we can't have a government relying solely on the advice of Standard & Poor's while the Bahamian standards have dropped and many of our people live in poorer conditions. The affinity to Moody is one thing, but we must check the mood of the Bahamian people as a government. Many people feel that we flirt too much with foreigners and have a propensity to advance immigration policies, inclusive of WTO, when we're supposed to be married to the Bahamian people. It's not what we said, it's what we do. We strive to be, to most Bahamians, a government that many no longer trust. We have to rebuild that trust because we have lost it. If we want to regain some appeal to the Bahamian people, we must start by telling them the truth. Correct our wrongs with ourselves, the people, and the country. Then maybe we'll regain credibility. It's not what we said, it's what we did. Mr. Speaker, the government has not as much time as we did when we first got here. From a gospel ministerial perspective, those who know me, especially throughout Nassau, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands, would tell you that God has blessed me with a prophetic insight. Thank you, Jesus. As a result, many are now beginning to see what I saw back as far as 2014, even though we won in 2017. I know how this is going to end. We've become a quicksand government. As I was saying, our government don't have much time, but little time to make right what we did wrong yesterday. If we want to survive what's coming, remove our pride, get off our high horse, and listen to the people. It's not what we said, it's what we've done. Mr. Speaker, the Over the Hill initiative has impacted few and is incomprehensible to most, despite the increase of VAT, government borrowing, and spending, even though they say things are getting better. Then hear what the taxi drivers, straw vendors, doctors, nurses, teachers, policemen, custom, immigration, and prison officers, civil servants, contract workers, and people across the country are saying. They don't see what you see. They don't feel what you feel. But if you say it is as you say, then pay me what you owe me. It's not what you said, it's what you did. Mr. Speaker, I only wish to see more done to better the lives of the Bahamian people, especially the poor and average Bahamian. This should be the desire of every member of Parliament in this place, and perhaps it is. Government is supposed to make life better and easier for its citizenry and create opportunities for personal advancement of its people. The ultimate question is today, the ultimate question is this being done? Is life for the Bahamians better today than it was prior to May 10, 2017? Only the Bahamian people have the answer to this question, and time will tell. Government must realize it's not what we said, it's what we did. If you did right by the people and by the people, if you did right by the people and for the people, you will have nothing to worry about. But be assured, if the Lord delay his coming, judgment is coming for all of us in this place by the Bahamian people. They alone will determine for us, collectively and individually, and will make it clear on that day for us. The IMF, the OECD, the WTO, Standard & Poor's, nor Moody will have any say on that
Honorable
day.
members.
It's what we said. It's not what we said, it's what we did. This government and its leadership must now show the country that they're about governing and not getting even. It's about performance and not personal attacks. Mr. Speaker, I'm a preacher who happened to be an MP. I don't deal with class or circles. My constituents and my fellow countrymen are far bigger than any circle. A circle is just that, a circle. The Bahamas is bigger than any circle, shape, or size. Some have asked the question of me, as a government member, why do you speak to them in public? Well, the answer is forthcoming. I won't have to speak to them in public if they would speak with me in private. And when I spoke to them in private, i.e., caucus, individual members of the cabinet, and some collective members of the cabinet, my view then seemed very dismissive. I guess they treat you according to the circle you're in. Before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, some within the government party, particularly those who might be on the gravy train, trying to get on it, might be asking, why am I still in the governing party, despite my sacrifices that I would have made for and within the party? I'm still here as a voice for the people of Pine Ridge, something that I promised them I would be. I will at least make every effort so as to give this governing party a chance by being one of the voices within, trying to get them to stop, reassess, reset, refocus, and reorganize back to the people's agenda. That might prove fruitless at this time. I will fight in this organization to effect change from within. We often encourage our children to do so. I guess I'm trying to be the change within rather than without at this time. Until then, I'll keep fighting for the people in the people's government, and if they choose not to do better for the people, then may God have mercy on their soul. We said it's the people's time. I am for the people because I am from the people. And because I am from the people, I will always choose the side of the Bahamian people for every time. I will always choose the Bahamian people over party. History taught me that when you stand with the people tend to stand with you. This concludes chapter 1. This book is just being written. And I've begun chapter 1. I've begun chapter 2 as well. I've ended chapter 1 and will begin chapter 2. But it's not for this time, and it's for another place. I have made progress, particularly in Pine Ridge, with our GED community program, program, which has 40 students. There will be another time, Mr. Speaker, and another place. Today was about how the government, the people, and I got to this juncture. I thank you, sir, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Deputy, for your indulgence, and I remain committed to the good and gracious people of Pine Ridge, and prayerful for the nation as a whole. Till the road we trod leads us to our God. March on, Bahama land. God bless the people of Pine Ridge and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I bid you a good evening.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Through you, just for my edification, I'd like to ask a question of the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge. Through you, if I may.
You can.
That's allowed? That's not allowed?
Honorable members, chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
By the member from East Pan Bahama, when he indicated that a line item may have been, there was an error in the line item. Now, and that is in...
Honorable member, are you seeking clarification at this time?
No, I've just some, no, the matter, because I am preparing. It's a matter that I want to bring to his attention that he may wish to look at. No. It's not a matter.
Honorable member.
Yeah, thank you very much. The Speaker, I mentioned to him. Huh? No, it's not contentious. I mean, but I thought I need to let you know because I have a weekend. Oh, okay. I got to go on.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Wood.
Oh, no. No, they need to take over. Mr. Speaker, I rise by the grace of God. I got to say that again. I rise by the grace of God. I got to say that again. I rise by the grace of God. And for the good of Pine Wood. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. You know, Father's Day is right around the corner, and I mentioned some things about Father's Day. And
now that's an Oreo.
And for me, it was a little saddening that I missed Mother's Day in this place. You know, I love my mom, you know. See, I trying to send her myself time to go home. I love my mom. She's very, very important to me. I've already honored my father. And Scripture says you are to honor your father and your mother. I've spoken with my grandfather, Bishop Henry A. Butler, because it was a special place for me as a child. Even now, I sometimes go by the homestead and just sit down and center myself. My mother is a very beautiful woman. They say I look like my mom. She's tall, majestic, and to be quite frankly, the recent Marvel movie that came out with Wonder Woman, I could say that without contradiction that my mom could have easily filled that starring role as Diana, Wonder Woman, because even at the high age, my mom has been blessed with what seemed to be perpetual beauty that I only could imagine that I could have and grace. I'm a mommy's boy, you know. And some people make the mistake of assuming that a mommy's boy means weak. Growing up as a child, it has been like me and my mom against the world. The other children used to get jealous. I would be with my mom toe-to-toe. I think I developed an uncanny type of wisdom from that experience. I would defend my mom against all circumstances. My mom has been my greatest love, and I can never use the word hate with my mom. That don't reside in me. She has been my greatest anger. But I can never hate my mom. She has been my greatest support, and I've felt my most crushing defeat from my mom. I have felt my greatest comfort and my greatest neglect. But she built me and made me a strong man. Mr. Speaker, I would give not a reasoning for my hat. My mom is known as one who adorns herself beautifully with hats, and none of her daughters does. Another reason why I also wear my hat, which is a brimmed hat, is in honor of my mom, because that is her signature. And no other children. I don't wear a baseball cap. I don't wear a partial brim hat. I wear a full brim hat. She didn't know that because that's not for her to know. That was a heart thing from me to her. My mom made me strong. She taught me how to stand. And that's a part of my faith. You know, I stand here today, and like many here today, in this place, I love scripture, you know. And I listen carefully when people speak. Maya Angelou said something very, very clear, you know. Said, when somebody show you who they are, believe them, you know. Believe them. The Word of God says, out of the issue of a heart, a man speaks. And I won't talk about all the sayings about folly. Sometimes I am here, and I am saddened at how conduct, and I don't use that in such a strict way because there should be an atmosphere in here. That's a part of the history. But the abuse and conduct and words that takes the word honor, and I'd want to temporarily move it out of the room and put it aside because it's become so reckless. Reckless. We must realize that the children are watching. We can't one day be reckless and damaging as we do and play with the rules in this house, Mr. Speaker, and expect people to abide by the rules and the laws that we set in this place. It is nauseating. We can stand up with prepared texts with so many inaccuracies. We can open our mouth seeking the praises of God and don't even have the courage while calling others coward to clearly apologize. You know, and many times you see these things, you can't call them mistakes because when you keep doing something so many times, it's a habit. I listened very, very carefully, and the first word that came out after the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart from my good brother in Pine Ridge. And he used a word that exemplifies his speech, and if he pulls it out, he used the word confabulate. Y'all heard that? He said, my speech is, let me confabulate. Yeah, everybody been doing Google. Google it. I just posted on my Facebook page. That's what he called his speech in this preamble. Confabulation is a memory error defined as the production of fabricated, distorted, misinterpreted memories about oneself or the world without the conscious intent to deceive.
No, man, that ain't.
I would give him the credit of the full definition. He said his speech was a confabulation. I don't report to speak for the party or the prime minister, but the mama boy can speak right here. I always tell people I don't hang with any and everybody, you know. I ain't jonesing for no friends. I am here around these persons because I respect them. I follow that leader because I believe in him. And my ma can tell you, as I told him when we first came into this party, that the day I change my mind, the first person I'm gonna go to is him. He ain't gonna hear it on the street. And respectfully, Prime Minister, and I would say, sir, my position towards you has changed, and I will walk out that door and I will do, because my conviction, my Judeo-Christian conviction, will not tolerate me to be among who we call those Egyptians. I will do as Moses do, and I will find my way out. Quite frankly, for me, Mr. Tingham, I'm speaking to me, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
As for me and my environment.
Honorable member, the member for Anderson, are you on the...
The member for Pine Ridge is not here, but I think in fairness to him, the definition of confabulation is the noun, speaks to conversation and discussion. What he's speaking about is another meaning in psychiatry. But in terms of the meaning of the word, and perhaps I suspect the manner in which he used it, I think we have to be fair to members. We don't want to, you know, the act of conversation and discussion.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the fact I have not been here 2 non-consecutive terms, and I'm not as seasoned as Angliston. I am quite sure within the rule, the latitude is given for Pine Ridge when he comes. At any point in time, he could speak on a point of privilege if a member mentions something directly related to his contribution. If I am wrong, please correct me.
You're right.
So she has no ground or standing in this matter. Again, in this matter, she has no ground. And I am not even speaking for the party. I am saying to me that I prefer, if there's a difficulty, it's as simple as that, you know. You know, when we look at things and when the language gets so strong that we are saying cowardice, adulterous, and arrogance, CIA, that's some serious stuff. But you know, I stand with what the great lady said, because I see and I know, and I conduct myself accordingly. I don't get burned twice, Mr. Speaker. This budget and the move of this government has been transformative. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Quite frankly, it was blatantly said that it's going to be painful, but it's going to be right. And it's going to bring about results. I have a sister right now in hospital, just underwent a surgery. She was in terrible discomfort. The surgery just was completed, and she's in plenty pain. But you know why I'm rejoicing? Because the problem was addressed, and she's on her way up to recovery. You understand, Mr. Speaker? None of us take pleasure even with the great change of 1.6% growth. But we have to give God praise that we are no longer in negative growth. We have not begun to raise our status, but we definitely, irrefutably have stopped the hemorrhaging. We can't sit here. You know, in the Garden of Eden, they had this serpent, you know. And all the serpent said to the people, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the people of our people of the country. I call them Eve. Had God said, and sowing these seeds of doubts over and over and over and over again. Every budget that comes into this house comes with a phrase that says a draft estimates of revenues, and a budget is an estimate. An invoice is a detailed statement of exactly what's going to be, and so on and so forth. A budget is, this is what we think, factoring all these different things. Right. I am glad that the Bahamian people are paying attention to this budget. I am glad that they're reviewing the estimates. I'm glad that they found 1 or 2 errors. But my difficulty is, at the end of the day, we must realize that the budgets that have been under this administration, coupled with the legislative agenda, the aggressive legislative agenda, moving in the right direction. It is irrefutable by any standard that someone could say that this country is not better off today, not only than it was last year under us, but the year before under us, and the year before that under them, and any other given time in the recent future in this country. You can't argue with that. Mr. Speaker, we simply can't argue. Labor Day is tomorrow. Holiday is tomorrow. We're going to be on the beach and chilling out. It's been a long day. I have a lot of my colleagues here who are superior in my heart because they are gifted and skilled who have to present on this budget debate. But what I want the Bahamian people to go home with today is this, you know. Sir Lyndon said something that's really good, you know. Don't listen to that noise in that market. Listen to the price of the fish. Don't allow the naysayer who has more confident, hidden, secret love confidence in this administration and its policies than some of us seem to do openly. Why? Let me tell you why. I listen to Exuma all the time before he say thanks for all that is being done for Exuma. He rather find innuendos and jokes and sharp phrases and making statements and grabbing headlines, but everything that is wrong. But if I represent a people, my job is to state the people position. When I went to Exuma with the Prime Minister, I was hearing, thank you for the airport. Thank you for the efforts that's being done. Thank you. I have no problem with somebody pointing out my faults, you know. But don't take my credit at the same time. That is disingenuous. There is no way that anyone could look at this administration. And I would go, let me lean on the side of the bad guys. If you go and say, I find fault in this government, whether you say it's 20-80 or 60-40, I can say there's one thing. The good days and the goodness of this administration far outweigh any bad day in this administration. And any decent person, I need to ask them, can you really complain considering what the previous administration was dishing out?
Considering it was in the minus.
Speak. Countries, investment, tourists, all of that is an atmosphere, Mr. Speaker. When people have confidence in your country, they invest. When tourists feel good about your country, they come. It's as simple as that, you know. When people are comfortable or in the streets, they move around. So when we sit in here and we spew venom, negative untruths about what is being done in our country, it is counterproductive to the very same people all of us here swore to represent and do good towards. It is so saddening, it's saddening, and it's saddening for me many times. I sit here, and there are times, yes, the opposition does strike a little goal and we make a little correction here, and I appreciate that. But people around us sometimes don't seem to understand or appreciate the goodness that is wrapped up and inherent in this budget. And over this holiday weekend, that's what I want the people to do, you know. I want them to go and study this budget. Forget what happens and with all the little negative things and the cost overruns and the this, that, the other people are talking about. And I want them to go look in that budget, and I want them to find out what the doc been cooking for them. Because the doc has been cooking in this budget so many good things that if you listen to the noise in the market while you're on the sideline getting vexed, other people are on the line getting all the gravy and you're complaining. None of us in this country has a year, 5 years, or 3 years to waste for bounty and benefit to come. Life is too short. Your child can't waste 3 years until someone who hopes to take over the government comes in when there's opportunity for your child in scholarship, grants, business, right now. When my mom cook, you know, when my mom cooks, sometimes the food ain't always exactly what I want. But I sure never went hungry. My mom cooked something, man, listen, the only other person did it was my Grammy. When she would go in the kitchen, there seemed to be nothing in the kitchen. By the time she threw the ribs, the beef, the cornbread, the crab claw, and everything else, and some dumpling, and throw that in there. Honestly, I said this to her one time, but she crossed it. I'm at home right now. I say, that looked like slop. But when I eat that, every Tuesday when that slop make, who's being the first in the house? Because mommy takes what's in that cupboard. And although she can't afford because she's paying the light bill, she's keeping the house established, she's doing all the other things. She made sure that whatever she prepares and whatever she dish out is done so in love, it is healthy, it is palatable, and it's something at the end of the day I go sleep with a full belly and a solid meal. This government has not abandoned its people. Every turn, the last budget, and I can talk on them, the last budget, when the Minister of Finance was reading that budget, and I was right here, and he was going through it, I watched the opposition sit here in silence, couldn't say a thing, until he mentioned that. And you know what they say? Oh, we got you. Because before you mentioned VAT, there was nothing we could say about that budget. And so all they did over the last year was to hammer on VAT. But I can tell you this, because Pinewood felt it. We launched the business initiative and to help the person start a business and their ideas and training and capital and everything else. And you know, that was supposed to start in September. The budget passed in July. By the end of July, the thing was oversubscribed. 25 million pumped into our people. The Over the Hill initiative blow people's mind. They complain about, yes, and this whole turn 25 is going to go into it. It's going to go into it. It's a commitment. It's a promise that's been made. It's a commitment. We find ourselves pumping into our people. And instead of encouraging our young people to take advantage of what's in the pot, we sit there convincing them to go sleep hungry and getting vexed at mommy when there's food in the kitchen. At no time has this administration, like a decent parent, not provide for the citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We look at the tax exemption on the household furnishing, et cetera, and some people in the statement make it seem like that's just something new. That was additional exemptions on top of the ones from the last budget. That's more. That ain't a one-off just now something. That's something that was already happening and more.
Continuation.
I guarantee you this, you know. This government has made a commitment that I define that we will no longer be a family that lives off a credit card. Especially a credit card with the kind of interest that is attracted with junk bond status. We have finally decided, like the good Family Island people understand what it is. You pay as you go, and you owe no man as best you possibly can. We are lifting ourselves out of the doldrums, and we're bringing responsibility. We have put in place restrictions on ourselves that I guarantee the PLP administration would never have done to themselves. We put in place fiscal responsibility that will empower us and enable and ensure to the Bahamian people that there will not be the abuses of power and the cost overruns that would have been done in the past. And then you could question. I need to ask the question, what corrupt man or what man with the intention to thief in his first set of moves will be to ensure that the vault is secured, checks and balances are in place, and that every trick and move that would have been done in the past, because we ain't know what can happen tomorrow, there is a sheriff at the door and there's a mechanism to stop it. And not only that, he's not only saying I'm dealing with the past, he looked in the eye of his cabinet and said, if that's any one of y'all, I can deal with y'all too. Yes. This government is very, very accountable. I'm comfortable. And I'm very, very proud. When we go home tonight, go sleep, because all the stuff in the house probably make you tired too, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to my people in Pinewood. But when you get up in the morning, I want you to read what's happening. On the 19th, when the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas speak, I want you to listen. Actually, when everyone speak, I need you to listen to their portfolio. Because in it, are things that you need to jump on January 1. There are July 1. There's a lot of benefits in this budget that will benefit you. Don't listen to the snakes in the tree telling you about what can't be done. If it can't be done, why are you worrying about it? But there are things that can be done. There are things that are allocated for you in that budget. Your child don't have to miss that opportunity. Your dream could come to pass, but you cannot do it if you allow your mind to be poisoned. Mr. Speaker, Pinewood is a part of the community, you know. We feel everything everybody else feels. Don't mind, you know, as much as I love my colleagues, I get vexed too. But you know what the Bible says? You know what wisdom teaches you? That understanding breeds tolerance. Pinewood is a community that's growing in a very unique way. We're bringing about very unique change. We have, for example, numerous parks. St. Barnabas is in charge of chairman of roads and parks. I engage St. Barnabas a lot. Sometimes I engage in St. Barnabas strongly. Many times I engage St. Barnabas disappointed because there are things I need to get done, can't get done. But you know what I do? I sit down and I pause because the Bible says you always treat people the way you expect to be treated, you know. And before I judge him, especially openly, or especially disrespecting his and my relationship, I pause for a minute and I try to figure out what he is dealing with. And I pause for a minute and I go and look at his work. And you know, although I still ain't got things, you know why I get confident? Because Pinewood need things to get done. He says he's going to get to me. But when I look around, we have major parades. 5 minutes later, the team is out there. The roads are clean. When I look around, I see our beaches now are acceptable for our tourists, so they come in there and they're doing things. When I look around, I see some Barnabas here and there. I see our monuments and our statues that accentuate our driving experience are being taken care of and manicured. And although he has not gotten to me yet, Pinewood is confident because St. Barnabas is working. And because I know his heart, I know he will get to me. See, that's in stark contrast to when the Prime Minister was speaking about the Over the Hill initiative. And I wish Pinewood was in that zone too. But you can't get to everybody at all times. And I was a little taken aback when the Prime Minister said, "Listen, I will get to you." And that seemed to be a hard thing to accept. When I'm in my mother's kitchen and she was feeding at that time her 6 children, and I was the second to the last, I was not left out because I wasn't served first. But I understand that when you get a government with a plan, you're guaranteed that whether you're at the first of the line or at the back of the line, you are in the line and you will get your stuff in the appropriate time. Listen, Mr. Speaker, I plan my constituency, our people, 6 months in advance. In January, I was working on the rainy season in Pinewood. Now in the rainy season, I'm already moving forward to different things. I do it 6 months in advance. I engage ministries to get an understanding because I understand I don't know it all. My people used to hurt a lot over stuff for social services, and I spoke about it in this house. Sometimes I get angry about social services. And then I remember my biblical teaching, you know. And I sit there and say, what's going on here? Before I got vexed, let me sit down and listen. One day I went and I listened at the feet of the member for Southern Shores about what's happening in social services. And you know what I end up concluding, and he doesn't know this, that me as an MP, right after this budget debate, I am going to make the time, because you know what, he didn't realize he was speaking to me when he said, come, and there's someone in his office. And I'm going to sit in his office, And I'm going to learn what I need to learn about social services because I realized that some of the things weren't happening for my people because I was ignorant of exactly what was happening in there. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to talk bad about the member for Southern Shores and the minister responsible for social services, but we won't take the time to sit with him and find out exactly what's in there for me. The Minister of Public Works has blessed Pinewood tremendously. We set out a whole plan for Pinewood. 3 weeks after the election, we had a complete community assessment, every single pothole, every lamppost, everything, and we distribute them, our concerns, to the various ministries, and we've been working those. Is everything perfect? No. Pinewood had a massive paving project done inside the community. There are still items that need to be completed. Adrian Gibson, the member for Long Island, completed the water and sewer works in Pinewood. But I'm here now to also thank God because of the level of interaction that we have with this government and indeed also with Public Works. Let me explain why. See, I gotta learn. I don't know about y'all, but when some people assume that because you get MP on you, you know it all. I'm not that kind of person. I had to sit and I get to know the engineers. I get to know the people who work on the drains. Because I realized that as powerful as the minister may be, he could sign the paper all he wants, but that pipe could get clogged right up underneath there. So although I don't beat to Minister Bannister all the time, actually I've probably been to your office, but once we sat in his office, because I know his heart towards me and this country. I'm in Public Works virtually probably twice a week. And I'm making sure scopes of works are finished. Oh, but you need to come back in Pinewood. We walking around in Pinewood looking at it. No, you need to see this. We need this sidewalk done. No, come on, we need to do that. One time I routed the engineer, I said, listen here, it ain't your job to worry about the money, all right? You fix it, let me find a way to route for the money. And we trying to get things done in Pinewood. They did a tremendous work. But we have problems in Pinewood. Do you know that there is a gas company in Pinewood? Propane gas tank, but 6 gas tank trucks in a residential community that was there from Allison Maynard was there, Byron was there, and everything else was there. And do you know that the people, the family that run there are wonderful people? But as an MP, I can't stand there and allow a community hazard to be in there. I don't care how much I like you or who you are or what it is, it needs to go. I am so glad that as soon as I brought that to the attention of Public Works through the minister first, right away, he grasped the urgency of it, processed it. This is what I really respect with Minister Bannister. And it ain't lotion and it's facts. He responds. No, because I heard somebody on a talk show when persons give thanks, say lotion it. Truth is truth. He responds. And he follows up, and I respect that. And you know what happens now? If there's a problem, I don't always go to him because I know what he did. If I write a letter on behalf of my constituents, I guarantee I'm going to get an acknowledgement. Mr. Raming, this is received, this is the action we're taking. We went ahead, and this is a problem, but it's not a problem at the minister fee. And I know that the adjudication was done. I know that all the procedural work was done for that stuff to be removed out of Pinewood, and waited, and here it is. A year later, it's still there. Now, I could jump up and say Public Works, but that's not a Public Works problem. There's some problem in that system. But I want to remind the residents that I did again bring it to the minister's attention, and more gravity is going to be placed on top of that, and that gas company will be removed, because not under my watch would there be any probability of something happening in our community that endangers the people in Pinewood. It is not gonna happen. That gas company will be removed out of the community. I don't care what the excuses are, it's gonna happen. We have so many things going on in that community. We say that it's the people time, and Pinewood is operating under that mandate. So what we've been doing now, there's so much meetings and activities going on in Pinewood right now, it's hard for me to even keep track of them. We have, well, you know, we have a Pinewood Kiwanis Club going on now. We have, thanks to Marvin Deems and his work as Minister of National Security, the Crime Watch Initiative is going on right now. We have special feedings go on now. There's a special club, Pinewood Cares, that deals with our senior citizens. We have 2 senior citizens' homes in Pinewood, and they are fed on a regular basis. I know during the election, someone jump up and say they was feeding the people, election come and gone. Well, we've been feeding the people consistently, and we've not been advertising it, but it's been happening. From our constituency offices, we, on a monthly basis with Marilyn Smith and team, they feed the community on a monthly basis. That happens on a regular basis. And you know what? Something is close to me. Next week, we're going to go into a senior citizens' home as a continuation, a part of our fathers and mothers' activity. And with the help of Miss North, and I'm going to talk about her later, we're going to go into those homes and we're going to give those persons who are in the senior citizens' home therapeutic massages. Now, people may think that's a simple thing and a luxury. But you know where that came to my heart? My daughter, who is Miss Central State and all that, she just came home. She just came home Thursday night after the budget debate, you know. I home laying down, you know, and I didn't know she was coming home. But you know I know she's home, right? All I feel is, oh. My children grow up laying on their daddy chest. So my big daughter, guess what she do? Lay right down on me. You know, because she came from college and she's here right now. But when she was born, my daughter was in an incubator, premature. I have a photo, I'll probably put it on Facebook. Her hand could have gotten around the tip of this finger. You see the photo and you see my finger and you see the baby's hand around it. That's how small she was. And I remember the doctor in neonatal intensive care, in the special care unit was saying to me as a dad, because you know, they say, you know, your touch and your interaction with your baby, even in this state, is so important. It is critical. You understand? And we have persons, constituents in these 2 senior citizens' homes, bedridden. And I'm not implying at all that they're not getting good care, because they are. But it laid in my spirit, how do we give them special care? And I found some persons who will partner with us and we will go in there and we're going to give them therapeutic massages and we're going to love them, because a nurse and everything will do the right thing. But we want them to have that deep love and attention. We're going to go and we're going to give them their pedicures and their manicures. And I'm going to help them. I'm going to be there washing their feet too. We're going to go there, we're going to roll their hairs, and we're going to plait their hairs. And we're going to let them know that people on the outside that you don't see really love you. And it's one thing to say it, you know, like they say actions count, but it's a difference when you do it and you interact with that. Senior citizens and children are very, very important to me, Mr. Speaker. They're important to me not just simply out of pure love, they're important to me also out of fear. Because apart from a blood clot, a fall, any of us at any time could be indigent. If we live long enough, we would be within that situation, whereas we may be in need of special care. And if I don't show my children and the people around me how you treat and take care of the elderly, how are they going to treat Reuben Ramming when I can't move as swiftly as I can now? How are they going to treat Reuben Ramming when I cannot stabilize a spoon and put it to my mouth? If we don't learn to love each other and treat each other right now, when your time comes, like Asu Draw, what you could expect? Absolutely nothing. Pinewood community is growing by leaps and bounds. There's 2 things I want to add to the record, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful that despite all the shortfalls, and I'm grateful that despite the sacrifice, I'm grateful despite the fact of how anemic the economy was coming into government, that the government has remained steadfast with the payments to Arawak homes, again, as it relates to things that impact my constituency, your constituency, Lanisha Rolls' constituency, Seabreeze constituency, Nassau Village constituency, Pinewood constituency, those persons who were that dire stress as it relates to their home ownership and their land being taken from them. And it is my understanding that this Independence Day, and I can't wait for it, that a major stage in that development of the settlement will be completed. It is my understanding that the payments to the landowner, which is Iraq Homes, would now be satisfied. And the land will now be vested in the care of the government for the beginning of the next stage of making those residents whole. And I am so glad that we held steadfast to that commitment, because that is tangible change in the lives of persons affecting these three constituencies. Also, Mr. Speaker, apart from the settlement of the matters as relate to the home in Pinewood, Pinewood is about to change and see a major renaissance. This week, I've gotten some of the first proof, and in help with my good members in Barnabas, I will soon be presenting him with completed drawings and plans of all that we want to do with our parks in Pinewood. We've been making the investments in that particular area so that the community will be better developed, so that the parks will be more functional. We're starting ourselves finding more club. Our backyard gardening club is not going to be just that. We're converting a whole community park in the back, some 600 feet by 150 feet, into a complete community garden and a community farmers market that will enable the communities not only to sell produce, but also is a place where they can do their yard sales and the other different things so that they can generate revenue inside the community of Pinewood. Those things are happening right now. I didn't mention that we also have our Scouts group that is up and running. Parents, they're dealing with that. There's full support of that. On Saturday, I'll be dealing with our Pinewood residents, and soon we'll be in the production of our honey, because we have a wonderful beekeeping club now in the community of Pinewood. We have so many different initiatives that is going on right now. But there's one big concern that I want to reiterate in my closing to my people in Pinewood. My job, as I stated in the last budget, is to ensure that my community gets the best that they can and the most that they can out of whatever is allotted in the budget of their country for them. But I am still saddened because I'm concerned about what is being taken advantage of by my constituents. There have been times when we made opportunities available to literally even transport some of our people, to be able to take advantage of opportunities that is provided for them. But I've found out that because of so much negative rhetoric, that there's a lot of people who sit home in disbelief and don't take advantage of what is being offered. I want to encourage my residents again that before this budget is over, I am coming at you again. And we need to ensure that we all get on the good foot to ensure that we benefit from what is outstanding in this budget for 2019-2020. Because there are a lot of things that I know that we actually need. So, Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note. Our Bahamas, as we see it now, is going through a renaissance. Our educational system is having a transfigurational season. Our public works is operating miraculously despite its budget cuts. Our social services is having a new insight. I love the flavor of Southern Shore. Southern Shore, he's a cool guy. I'm seeing in our transportation movement and headway in generational issues and transportation that has only been talk in the marketplace. No more gimmickry. I'm impressed at what is happening with our immigration and the reforms. Immigration as a department is making more money than it's ever made and is taking a stronger stance than it's that has ever been taken in history since Loftus Roker. I am blessed by being under a transformative and a disciplined leader in foreign affairs. We've seen amazing things happen between our border nations. And I don't want to be people take for granted the victory that accrued to us when the Dominicans thought they could have escaped the reach of the Bahama Islands. Because relationships is very, very important in diplomacy. I stand and I applaud the member for Marathon, because now we will no longer see a prime minister with an upside-down face mask at the dump again, because the dump matter has been resolved. And even though Southern Shores had mentioned it, what that finally means to all the residents in Southern Shores and those around the dump, it isn't just that the dump is fixed, you know. Tall Pines, it isn't just that the dump is fixed, you know. It means that because that dump is fixed, because it is no longer an issue, the value of your land is going to change. Your houses will no longer look at as scorn. People will now see you for the gardens. You know, all of them have gardens, this garden, Jubilee Gardens. Now it's finally a garden. Even the dump is turning into a... You know, I am just pleased at the level of service I am seeing. Not because it's perfect, Mr. Speaker, but because it's better. And because it's better, Mr. Speaker, I have hope that better will beget better, Mr. Speaker. My final point is one that is very, very strong, because Pinewood has a few issues, and everybody knows it's a very simple and straightforward one. The politics of Pinewood, my politics is the politics of Pinewood. In a budget, you don't get all that you want. Nobody ever does. But there's always something in it for you. I am a part of the F&M family. I understand the vision where we're going. I listen to our Minister of Finance when he speaks, and I understand that this isn't a 1-year, 2-year goal. Nobody never promised a quick fix. We are going through this sacrifice with a hope that after 3 years, probably by the next budget, we may have a little more flexibility and control of the problems that we are managing now. They begin to give you the, how they say, the caviar dreams and some of the little icing things and some of the grander things that you want. I understand that. So because I understand that, Mr. Speaker, I don't go and attack my administration because of the urgent need for Pinewood to have the flooding addressed. I am confident in the fact of two things, you know. I know the heart of my leader, Mr. Speaker. I know the heart of my leader, and trust me, the kind of person I am, if I didn't believe in his heart, I wouldn't have been around him as a leader. And I know that he sincerely will do his best to accomplish what they promised to do. I understand the thinking of my Minister of Finance. And I guarantee you that Pinewood is putting himself on the line that as this country expands and develops, my constituency will have the injection that it needs to properly address that flooding issue in Pinewood. I am supporting this government. My politics of supporting this government is to help it get over all those hurdles so that it could find itself in the position that if it needs $5 million or $10 million to fix what's needed in Pinewood, that we will get this government to that place in their budget and fiscal discipline and fiscal atmosphere to be able to provide what I need. I refuse to just complain about what I think is wrong, but I will stand shoulder to shoulder with every member in this place and get this ship where it needs to go, if only for the good of Pinewood. I asked the Minister of Works one or two simple things. I just needed to know that even though the budget may not be there yet to fix the substantive issue in Pinewood, that at least in the budget, the funds is there to finish the final study. Because I know one thing, be ready when change comes. So in this budget, I'm hoping, is it $200,000, $300,000 that may be needed? I can't recall. Is in there so that we in the community could see the final preparation for the plan that this cabinet, everybody's complaining about, saying they're not seeing things. I know they think about Pinewood because every now and then it comes out, and I know they're thinking about it, and they're planning about it. That study is done. We could see the work being done. We could see the measurements being taken. And I pray for good success so that within the 3rd year, or possibly the 4th year, that Pinewood could finally hear in this place from my leader, or my Minister of Finance, that there is now in the budget allotted a sum of money for the remediation of the legacy flooding in the constituency of Pinewood. And as soon and as much as I believe you all could have fixed the dump, Mr. Speaker, as much as I believe that we could have stopped the downgrade, Mr. Speaker, as much as I believe that the family islands will grow, as much as I believe that this government will help Grand Bahama, as much as I believe that the Locayan Hotel will be a success and the Grand Bahama economy will boom again, I believe with all my heart that Pinewood will finally have an administration that won't give it talk, but will actually, before the end of his term, we have a term, Mr. Speaker, not 1 year, we have 5 years. Before the end of this term, that my residents will have that one major wish that they have been asking for from time immemorial, to please mitigate the flooding in Pinewood. With that, Mr. Speaker, Pinewood supports this budget. Pinewood supports the effort. Pinewood thanks God for the effort. And my last word is I thank my God that notwithstanding the wisdom of having $100 million prepared in the event of an emergency, that's good leadership, I still thank my God. I still thank my God that he has stopped the hand of hurricanes from damaging this island. And I stand publicly as a leader and say, God, I give you praise that this country has been spared. And God, I give you praise for a good set of people that we have in our cabinet today. That's not flam. That's not lotioning. That is what I believe from the bottom of my heart. And so I thank you this day, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity. And I hope the opposition would understand that when it's time for them to vote for this budget, Mr. Speaker, or maybe I would hope that if it was possible, that a budget that you vote against, that your name is taken off the roll. If that was the case, Mr. Speaker, then we would see more honesty in budget. You throw away a whole budget because of one problem. What if it was so that if Exuma voted against the budget, the airport disappears because they say the people don't want it? What if they say Exuma wants the budget and the new electronic cash system that's going to be launched in Exuma of all places suddenly say we can't come there no more? What if our vote had the level of accountability that what you say you don't get? Would they be walking out, or would they be rejecting a budget, or would they stand up and say, yes, I do have a problem with that budget item. Yes, I do not support that budget item. But you know what? 80% of this budget is good, so I'll vote for it out of honor and principle. I wonder if that could ever happen in our parliamentary democracy, or do I need to slap myself and wake up? Because I vote for this budget, and I support my government not because they're perfect, because they're certainly better than any that we've had in the past, and they're certainly doing better than anything we've had in the past. I vote for them because their heart is in the right place, and the Bahamas is getting better. Speaker, with that I rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Yes.
No one reserved. Who's reserving?
We need.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
I rise to reserve my space for Tuesday and yield.
Thank you, Member for St. Anne's. Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the business of this House suspends until 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 11th of June, 2019.
I second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do suspend to Tuesday, the 11th of June at 3 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House stands suspended until 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 11th of June, 2019.